for the inquiry into regional newspapers open. I acknowledge traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. I also acknowledge the cultures of any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people present with us today or listening. In accordance with the committee's resolution of 24 July 2019, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. Those present here today are advised that filming and recording are permitted during the hearing. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. I now call on representatives from the ABC and SBS to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
As the representative from the ABC, my name is Hugh Martin. I'm the Head of Regional, Rural and Emergency at Regional and Local in the ABC. And I'm coming on video.
Thank you, Chair. Claire O'Neill, Director of Corporate Affairs at SBS.
Mandy Wicks, Director of News and Current Affairs at SBS.
Rana Collins, Head of Indigenous News and Current Affairs, NITV SBS.
Thank you. And I'll just check. I've got Trent Zimmerman. I'm trying to remember your member.
Member for North Sydney.
Member for North Sydney, of course. And is the Deputy Chair online? I believe Ms Angie Bell is online.
Yes, I'm here, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And is anyone else online? Okay. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this... Hello, who has joined us?
Sorry, Chair, it's Emma McBride.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion. Who would like to go first? Thank you.
I'm happy to go first. Hugh Martin, again from the ABC, Chair. Just a quick statement on behalf of the ABC. The ABC has an unwavering commitment to regional and rural Australia that's firmly entrenched in our charter, structure and ethos, and is reflected across a wide variety of platforms, content and services. We recognise that we have a responsibility to serve all Australians, no matter where they live, and the ABC operates in regional Australia from more than 55 regional locations. We have 550 plus content makers based in regional areas. And in 2020, we celebrated 75 years of ABC rural broadcasting on radio initially and more recently across multiple platforms. We've continued to invest in regional Australia in recent years. From 2018, there was an investment via the Regional Connecting Communities Initiative, which supports around 80 additional roles in regional Australia. The enhanced news gathering funding has bolstered personnel and technical resources in the regions and enhanced the ABC's ability to deliver more high quality regional content. That not only serves local communities, but brings regional issues to national prominence as well. In this year, 2021-22, we are adding dozens more roles in locations that we have never reported from. And this recent investment is giving the ABC the ability to deliver more local news from across the country to a national audience and is enabling job creation at a time when, unfortunately, commercial news media are rationalising services and contracting or amalgamating regional news resources. So the program has also enabled the ABC to make a significant investment in its regional news gathering capacity and to place more content makers in regions where we were previously underrepresented or not represented at all. So that enables us to create great content for local audiences and to reflect those regional and local stories back into the national conversation.
Thank you. SBS? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Claire O'Neill, Director of Corporate Affairs. I'll make a brief opening statement. SBS is an essential national media provider committed to serving multicultural, multilingual and Indigenous communities in Australia, driving our unique purpose of inspiring all Australians to explore, respect and celebrate our diverse world, and in doing so contribute to a cohesive society. The SBS Charter is distinct and different to that from the ABC. We provide our services in accordance with our charter and continue to provide a wide range of news and information from regional Australia for our audiences via television and radio broadcasting and digital media services. We reach almost 100% of the population, including regional and remote areas, and our services and activities involve all Australian states and territories, with journalists and producers providing content from each state and territory. Through more than 40 years of TV broadcasting, more than 45 years of radio, and our ever-increasing provision of digital services, SBS provides trusted, impartial and balanced news and information in more than 60 languages. SBS News has correspondents in each state and territory. While we don't maintain regional bureaus, journalists regularly travel within their states and territories for coverage with a focus on multilingual and multicultural stories. These important regional stories are then shared with our national audience, and my colleague Mandy Wicks can share some further information on that with the committee. NITV, which is part of the SBS network, has a specific remit as Australia's channel made by and for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. And NITV's news team engages many First Nations media businesses, including stringers and camera operators from around the country, to deliver news and information from regional and remote communities. This includes our collaboration with First Nations Media Australia through a Memorandum of Understanding. These collaborations have increased significantly during the past 2 years as travel restrictions have made coverage of some regional and remote areas more challenging. And my colleague Rana Collins has some great examples of those regional stories to share with the committee today as well. SBS also tells stories of regional Australia through our screen content, and this has recently included New Gold Mountain, a period drama shot in regional Victoria, The Tailings in regional Tassie, Thalu shot in the Pilbara region, and the recently announced True Colours shot in the Northern Territory around Mparntwe Alice Springs. As well as these great scripted programs, we also explore the lived experiences of people in regional areas through our factual programming. A well-known example is our series Where Are You Really From?, hosted by comedian Michael Hing, who travelled around Australia to speak to thriving migrant diaspora communities, including the South Sudanese community in Toowoomba, the Sikh community in Woolgoolga, the Chinese community in Bendigo, and the town of Katanning in WA, home to 4,000 people from 40 different nationalities. SBS has a range of screen content initiatives focusing on practitioners who are currently underrepresented in the industry, including those in regional and remote Australia, such as Digital Originals, which has in turn produced both The Tailings and the wonderful Robbie Hood. Our language programs also regularly share stories of life in regional Australia, including information about moving and settling in the regions and preparation for bushfires and floods. This is in more than 60 languages. This information is of great utility and increasingly important, noting that there was a 27% increase in regional visas issued between FY19 and 20 alone. According to Reuters Institute's Digital News Report, SBS and the ABC continue to be the most trusted news media brands in Australia. This is particularly important during times of difficulty such as the recent pandemic. The pandemic has seen more than 11 million Australian unique visitors accessing SBS's COVID-19 content across our in-language digital offering, demonstrating just how vital these services are to the Australian community and in particular those who speak a language other than English. For example, in the past few weeks, we've been rolling out rapid antigen test instructions in more than 50 languages through our language services website and social media presence. This work adds to our ongoing provision of accurate and reliable information for all Australians. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you for your opening statements. I do have some initial questions and then I'll hand to the Deputy Chair. Mr Martin, I note that the ABC and ACM have been able to negotiate a beneficial deal under the News Media Bargaining Code, quoted in a submission by the Journalism Education Research Association Australia, and they question whether the revenue negotiated, which I understand is secret, is being spent on maintenance or expansion of regional media services or increased job opportunities. So I guess my question to you is, can you answer that?
I can, Chair, yes. In general terms, we are adding something in the order of 50 new roles in regional Australia with the focus on public interest journalism as a result of the income that the ABC has received through this new media bargaining deal. So they're direct new roles added to the reporting efforts that we have underway in regional Australia. Some of those roles have been added to some of our smaller bureaus. So, for example, Burnie in northern Tasmania, Horsham in Western Victoria. But many of those roles are going into new locations where we've previously never had ABC reporting before.
Thank you. I have one of my local ABC. I have two news stations in my electorate, and one of the local ABC stories recently called out the printing of media releases stat from my office in smaller regional newspapers, that they were not editing them, they were just basically putting them in there. Fundamentally, my argument back to them was that media releases are primarily funding announcements and they're full of facts and numbers and standard, that the regional newspapers that they were calling out are under-resourced, underfunded, small operators who really struggle to get their news out, period, and who appreciate the MRs that MPs such as I provide as part of their news to the local community. I'd just like your comment. My view is that from a securely funded ABC, I thought it a little smug that that was a story that they wished to print. Do you think this was a fair analysis?
I think that we could have done a better job in that instance, and I accept that there is a legitimate point of view to be put to us around how that story was handled. So yes, I think it could have been done differently.
So I would like your comment, thank you for that. I would like your comment on the News Media Bargaining Code, and do you think that it's been fairly distributed, particularly with smaller players, of which our regional communities absolutely rely on us for their sense of being, their sense of belonging, and the local information? Do you think that it is fairly distributed?
Yeah, I'm afraid that's a very difficult question to answer. I don't have visibility of the relative amounts that have been part of the agreements with different publishers. I can say that based on other comments that it appears that the regional media generally was later in the queue, shall we say, that metro media and national media organisations were quick to deal with those companies. And it's easy to see why that might be the case. So I'm very supportive of more opportunities coming to small regional publishers, absolutely. And just to clarify that distinction further related to your question around and our coverage, I think that we need to, as an organisation, be honest and clear about what it is that we're reporting on when we're reporting on the media industry. And in the case of a substantial daily newspaper, I don't think that's something that my experience, newspaper editors would do unwittingly. They'll use press releases regularly, but they'll do it on an advised basis. But free weekly newspapers are a different order of issue from an economics point of view in the media landscape, and we've got to understand that and report accordingly.
Thank you. I may have some more questions, but I'll hand to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the submissions that have been made and for making your time available today. I apologise, I've got a bit of a technology glitch and my WebEx isn't working at the minute, so I'll just be over the phone. We heard a lot we saw a lot in the submissions yesterday and in the testimony given by witnesses that that many of the challenges facing regional news, and in particular, given the terms of reference of this inquiry, regional newspapers existed before COVID-19. So before we get into any of the sort of the specifics, I was just interested in the general view of those on the panel about that.
Well, just as a general comment, I mean, I think it's broadly recognised that commercial media has been struggling for a number of years prior to the COVID crisis, and we've seen an acceleration of some of those effects as a result. But it certainly predates it.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Claire O'Neill from SBS. Look, it's difficult for us to comment on specifics in relation to that issue. We don't have regional bureaus, so we're not as close to those local regional markets as perhaps the ABC or some of the people who gave evidence yesterday.
Yeah. I might then go to digital then. So for the ABC and also the SBS, what is the status of your commercial deals with Google and Facebook Meta under the new media bargaining code? Are you able to let us know when they commenced, or when do they conclude, or when are they due for renegotiation?
We're happy to go first on this one if you like.
Yes, that's fine.
Mandy Wicks, SBS. So from an SBS perspective, we have a deal that has commenced with Google, which allows us to invest in more public service journalism in terms of online articles through Showcase and audio through their audio product. In terms of Facebook, unfortunately, they've chosen not to do an agreement with us at this stage. And we don't have a particular reason as to why that is the case, but we would welcome, a further negotiation with them in order to continue to invest in public service journalism.
Sorry, go on.
Apologies, Deputy Chair. I was just going to answer on behalf of the ABC the same question. If you'd like me to go ahead, I'm happy to do that.
Yes, please. Thank you.
I'll just say that the ABC was able to negotiate with both Facebook and Google. The actual specifics, as far as I'm aware, a deal was arranged from November with one or other, and then December with the other company at the end of last year. And as a result of that, we've been working since then internally to sort of plan and recruit those new roles that I mentioned earlier that have been designated for regional Australia by the MD, David Anderson.
So sorry, just to clarify, you were saying this is for the ABC that both with Facebook and Google that they commenced in November, December last year, and when are they likely to conclude, or when will they fall due for renegotiation?
Look, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that. I know they're multi-year deals, but that's all. I haven't been involved in the negotiation aspects of it.
Right. I might then just pick up them with SBS. I think it was Senate estimates as well as last year. The SBS Managing Director confirmed, as you said, that there'd been no deal between Facebook and SBS. And I think the transcript goes along the lines of, it's worth noting that we have made several sincere attempts to enter into constructive conversations with Facebook to no end. We welcome the Treasurer's support in relation to assisting Facebook to come to the negotiation table, or indeed to designate them. But I know that this is a matter for him. So I just wanted to be clear. We still don't know if the Treasurer has been in contact with Facebook to lend his support to the deal. Is that correct?
Not that we are aware of at this table. It's Mandy, Director of News and Current Affairs, and Claire, Head of Corporate.
Claire O'Neill, yes, we've certainly raised it via the Minister's office. We have not, we've sort of not received any further information about how that's going. I know the review was announced yesterday into the code, and we'll certainly be participating in that process as well.
Yeah, I did note that was the review of news, media and digital platforms of the Mandatory Bargaining Code was announced yesterday. And I think it says in the joint release, we urge the digital platforms to continue negotiating in good faith to ensure that the review is able to consider the full extent of progress made under the code. I just wanted to check, has the Treasurer's urging by the media release prompted Facebook to pick up the phone to commence good faith negotiations with SBS, or have you heard from Facebook since the Treasurer's media release yesterday?
Claire O'Neill, SBS, no, we haven't, Deputy Chair. We've not received any further communication from Facebook.
Oh, okay. So Ms O'Neill, given that neither Facebook or Google have been designated under the code, I understand that there is nothing to compel Facebook Meta to the bargaining table. Is that right?
Yes, that is our understanding.
Claire O'Neill, again, that was Mandy Wicks. We've certainly registered our services with the ACMA, and should those services be designated, we would have the benefit of that. But yes, as our understanding is that, it's a matter for the Treasurer to consider whether to designate those services. I'm sure the review will consider that.
Yeah. Okay, so Ms O'Neill, so I think the review of the code isn't due to report back until September this year. So given we're now just the start of March, that means another 7 months at least might pass before the Treasurer decides whether to designate Facebook under the code, which would enable SBS to access the negotiate arbitrate provisions under the code. So it would be fair to say that over this period of time, Meta is deriving a benefit from the availability of SBS public interest journalism content on the Facebook platform, a benefit SBS is receiving no revenue for.
We would certainly welcome the opportunity to negotiate with them, which was really the premise of the bargaining code from the outset, was to reinvest money into public service journalism. So in the meantime, we are receiving the benefit from Google, and we would welcome the opportunity to discuss with Facebook. We do feel that SBS is quite unique in its proposition. We're very much focused on multilingual and multicultural audiences in metro areas and regional and rural Australia, and specifically also with a focus on Indigenous communities through NITV. So we would really welcome the opportunity to have that conversation with Facebook.
So in terms of the deals that have been struck with Google and Facebook, and this is a question to both the ABC and the SBS, what has the revenue enabled the ABC and SBS to do in terms of either increasing staffing or service or program delivery?
Well, I'll finish off from an SBS perspective. Certainly it's enabled us to invest in some additional staffing, but we also have been able to invest in acquired content as well. So all of it has gone into content in order to serve the communities that our charter sets out. And that can be things like online articles, video, additional audio, also very focused on explainers, dispelling misinformation, particularly through the COVID-19 pandemic. So it has enabled us to do more articles, more audio, and we are seeing the benefits of that.
And for the ABC?
Chair, Hugh Martin here from the ABC. For our part, it has been also directed into content production and content roles. We are, as I said earlier, in the process of hiring and have just about hired 50 new roles into regional Australia that will be focused on reporting from areas that we currently have not had reporters in. So we're trying to identify parts of regional Australia that have struggled or have had less available media, and try to putting people into those places to start with, measure them, and see how they work. The other thing we're also doing is some audio on demand and social distribution as well, to ensure that the content's getting to the widest possible audience.
And this is a question for both the ABC and the SBS. What proportion, and just a rough proportion is fine, of the revenue obtained under the deals with Google and Facebook has been invested back into the production of public interest journalism content?
All of it from an SBS perspective, either through news and current affairs or through our wider commission programming for SBS.
And that's the same is true of the ABC. All of it has been redirected into content.
So I'm just picking up, Mr. Martin. In December last year, the ABC announced the revenue would flow into regional Australia. And I think the Post said reporters will also be embedded for limited times in other more remote locations. Could you please describe which remote locations, or what kind of remote locations may benefit or have benefited?
Yeah. So in Queensland, we're about to open a new little mini bureau in Charleville in southwestern Queensland. We're also opening a little office on the Fraser Coast near Hervey Bay. We're adding, so there's new reporting function going into both those locations, and we're adding a reporter or two to the Toowoomba, and also further north to bureaus in tropical Queensland. In New South Wales, we've opened a new bureau in Batemans Bay, added reporters to the Dubbo and Wagga teams. In Victoria, we've opened a small bureau in Warragul and added 2 people into that part of the Latrobe Valley, a new reporting role in Swan Hill, an additional reporter in the small Horsham team in Western Victoria. Burnie in northern Tasmania has a new role, added to a small team there. In South Australia, we've opened a new mini bureau in Victor Harbour, south of Adelaide, added reporting roles to Port Lincoln and Whyalla in South Australia. We've added another role to Katherine in the Northern Territory, and another role to a position to Kununurra in northwest WA. We've opened a mini bureau in Carnarvon, which will be 2 people, very prominent in the news cycle last year. We've added a role in Norseman, east of Perth, and a couple of extra roles, one in Karratha and another one in Geraldton. So we've tried to spread the resources as widely as we can to make as much of an impact as possible on remote and rural regional Australia.
Thank you. Deputy Chair, I need to go to Mr Zimmerman.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to start with a few questions for you, Mr Martin. Firstly, in relation to, obviously this inquiry is looking at the impact of changes on print and digital media in regional and remote areas. The ABC's not in the print business so much, although we love Gardening Australia's magazine. But in relation to the use of your digital news services in regional areas, have you seen any change as a result of the withdrawal of print publications? For example, is there a new market for your digital online services that you are seeing being taken up to fill a void that's emerging?
I think it's a combination of impacts. Certainly, there has been an increase in the usage and the audience engagement around regional digital ABC services. We've seen that year on year for a few years now. That's partly, and it predates COVID, it's partly about improving quality of the digital platforms that we are publishing to, and a better flow of content coming from regional Australia as well, ABC Regional Australia as well. But since over the last 2 years, there has been a significant increase in digital audiences. And that's partly a result of the hunger for information and concern about what's going on around them. So I'd say that the correlation, the cause and effect is sometimes difficult to unpack, but we've certainly seen increase digital audiences across the ABC's regional products, that's for sure.
And in terms of your planning, and I'm not quite sure how this works within the ABC, but if you are looking at where to invest resources, in this case in relation to digital presence, are you actually, do you normally do a market analysis to see whether there are gaps or opportunities that are not being filled by other players? And so, for example, are you more likely to invest in a regional area that may not be as well served by print or for that matter, other radio or television services? Is that type of gap analysis done?
That's exactly what we've tried to do with this round of investment as a result of the arrangements with Google and Facebook. And we've done that initially based on information available from surveys that the University of Canberra has done and some work that the Public Interest Journalism Institute has done mapping the closures of newsrooms around the country. So we've made some informed bets, if you like, based on some available data. But we also want to do some more research to support and to test those hypotheses around news deserts, because part of what we're doing here is to try and address that need, but also to help define what is the best way to do that from an ongoing point of view, because we know the ABC is not going to fulfil all of that demand, but we want to try and understand what's the best model for regional communities that need good public interest journalism, and how can we be a part of it.
Okay. And in terms of monitoring your reach and effectiveness and appeal to regional audiences and audiences generally, I mean, obviously there is the public and published rating surveys that are conducted that we're all familiar with. I'm not quite sure the degree to which the public rating surveys hone in on particular regions outside metro areas. I can't recall whether it's sort of metro, non-metro is the classification that's generally used. But how does the ABC effectively internally assess ratings, if I can put it that way, at a more refined level than might be available in the publicly available rating surveys?
For analysis around this kind of exercise, it's new for us. It's quite complex, and it's going to show, I think, some interesting ways of looking at how content impact can be measured. So we have internal digital logging systems. We use Google Analytics as well. So there's a fairly tried and accurate method of measuring all the digital content. And then we use a number of different metrics and tools for broadcast content. So just tracking live crosses to news channel or radio is a different kind of methodology. And the same with packages for audio and TV content that reporters file from regional parts. So it's a mix of a number of different methods and methodologies to get the best picture of audience engagement.
And I assume for iView you can tell what people are watching and where they're watching it from.
That is still being rolled out. I think it goes down to postcode level, the ability to
but that wouldn't be reliant on the registration process, would it? I mean, you can usually, can't you tell from where people are logging on and what channels they're looking at on iView?
You've caught me on probably not as informed as others might be on that particular aspect of iView, Senator. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Cool. And just for SBS, so I might ask the same question to SBS. So are you able to track where use SBS On Demand as an example. Are you able to track where people are watching SBS On Demand from and what they're watching?
Yes, we do. We do have the capability to an extent, based on the logins that we introduced a long time ago for SBS On Demand. But a lot of it requires additional technology, which we're in the process of continuing to invest in as an organisation. And the purpose of that is then that we can continue to improve the personalisation or experience for our viewers, you know, depending on where they are and what their viewing has been, you know, preceding that.
But isn't that pretty standard technology? I mean, it's sort of like showing how unfamiliar I am. It's sort of, but if I think about a website, normally you can find out how many clicks you've had, what they've clicked, and where they're clicking from, if I can put it in those terms.
The challenge is that SBS On Demand's on about 10 different platforms. So if you can imagine, every time you upgrade it, you have to actually do it across every single platform. It's not just once push out. So we get more and more sophisticated in what we can measure, as I said, to increase that experience for our viewers based on what they're enjoying watching. But we are working towards essentially that breakdown by postcode, and that is on our sort of slate, if you like, for this year.
Great. And can I just ask a question, Ms. Collins, my last question? I'm just wondering whether you would like to outline the role that you think that NITV is playing for regional and remote communities, obviously Indigenous communities particularly.
Yeah, Rana Collins here, Head of Indigenous News and Current Affairs. Well, certainly in our bulletins, in our daily NITV news bulletins and our other programs, The Point, Noola, and of course Living Black, we have regional and remote stories every day that we cover, and of course we share across the News and Current Affairs portfolio at SBS to reach a broader audience, as well as of course our First Nations audience, which is our priority at NITV. And we do that predominantly through our relationship with First Nations Media Australia. So two very recent examples I can give. If time allows, we recently partnered with Wilcannia River Radio in Wilcannia about the Western New South Wales COVID outbreak, which impacted that community at the time so significantly. So we were able to get immediate coverage daily across our slate of programs for television and digital, as well as Carla Grant on the ground there doing live reporting into NITV News, The Point and World News. So that partnership through First Nations Media Australia allowed us to give immediate up-to-date information to our communities about the impact of COVID. And also quite recently, our partnership with NADA Media in Roebourne allowed us to get an exclusive interview with the wrongly identified man, wrongly identified of the abduction of Cleo Smith. So that was by Channel 7. We were able to get an exclusive interview out, which reached a really broad audience, sort of in the wake of that story late last year as well.
Thank you.
I'll go to Ms. Bell. She has a question.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to check that, on the line to see if there's an echo. So, can you hear me?
It's a very poor signal, I'm sorry.
Which is a bit of a problem. Is that a little bit better?
Yes.
Terrific.
We can hear your bird.
Yesterday we heard... Sorry, yeah, I've had to go outside to get the reception here where I am. Yesterday we heard from small regional newspapers who are looking for a more sustainable business model, and we've had submitters suggesting that establishing a local news partnership between those regional news businesses and the ABC, modelled on the BBC's local news partnership, might be able to help. Are you aware of that program, and do you have a view on how those regional businesses could improve their business model through partnerships with larger news outlets to improve their sustainability? So questions to both ABC and SBS. Thank you, Chair.
ABC. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to answer that. Look, I think first of all, there is a good deal of interest and appetite within the ABC to partner in a useful and meaningful way with smaller publishers, and we've been, I guess, looking for ways to do that. One of the hurdles there is the number of small publishers and the need to deal with some fairly specific issues in a way that can be done, in volume. So there's a question of scale that we've got to work with there, but there is definitely a will and an interest in helping to be part of a solution for regional media. In terms of the commercial decisions that small publishers need to make. There's plenty been written and said about that, so I won't weigh in here. But there are steps that can be taken, and the ABC would like to be part of a solution.
Any idea of what that solution might look like?
Well, just off the top of my head, for example, pooling council coverage, pooling vision from press releases and making that available in digital terms. There are all kinds of different ways of working together to get make copy and vision available for shared usage where there's a need from an audience point of view, but not an exclusivity around the production side of it. So that's a starting suggestion, and from there would be many other opportunities as well.
Thank you. Does SBS have a view on this particular question?
SBS it's Mandy Wicks here, is quite limited. So beyond New South Wales and Victoria, we really only have one correspondent in each state and territory for SBS World News. So we would be sort of quite limited. We do pooling, and when we go into regional areas, we utilise local stringers, as we're currently doing for the floods. Yes, we're also quite limited in terms of our resourcing into regional and rural areas.
It's Claire O'Neill here. Ms Collins' examples of how we partner with First Nations media, I think, provide a good model of what we are able to do in terms of partnering with other local media organisations to maximise that storytelling. Rana, I'm not sure if you want to add anything else.
Nothing further.
So it's fair to say in summary that it's quite difficult and asked for SBS to be able to partner with those, beyond what you're already doing with those local papers, or local media outlets, but there could be scope for ABC to do a little more in that space. Would that be right?
Yeah. Certainly from my point of view, I'd say yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's very, very, very helpful. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Bell. That actually asked my question. The University of Canberra, their recommendation 3 is that whole partnership concept. I'm sure you've seen it in their submission, and I'll certainly be asking them further questions on that. I'll go to Ms McBride for one more question. We're actually out of time, so we may actually take it on notice, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And I may have others that I suppose I can then submit in writing. Is that okay?
Yes, that would be good.
Yes, okay. Yep. So in the final report of the ACCC Digital Platforms Inquiry, the ACCC found that the public broadcasters are not currently resourced to fully compensate for the decline in local reporting previously produced by traditional commercial publishers. So my question is the revenue derived under the News Media Bargaining Code enough to now compensate for that decline, or does it only go some way to helping? Or in other words, does the revenue under the code fix the problem of the under-provision of journalism in regional and remote Australia? Or just delay it? So, I'll ask the panel to take that on notice. And Chair, if I've got other questions, which I do, I'll email them through.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attendance here today. If the committee has any further questions, which clearly we do, they will be put to you in writing. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have the opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I would ask you to return your responses to the Secretariat by Friday the 4th of March at close of business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
I will suspend the hearing until 11:40. Thank you. Resumed. And I now call on representatives from the Today News Group, Queensland, In Daily, South Australia, and King Island Courier, Tasmania, and Canungra Times to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Damien Morgan, a Director of Today News Group.
Thank you.
Angie Bell online, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia Moriarty, Director of Scenic Rim Media and Canberra Times.
Thank you. I think we've just lost Mr Washington. I'm sure he will come back. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion. Oh, Mr Washington, would you like to state your name and where you're from?
Yes, apologies. I'm David Washington. I'm the editorial director of Solstice Media. We're based in Adelaide. We publish in Daily here.
Seeing as how you're online, I'm assuming each of you have an opening statement or just one of you?
I do,
Okay.
if you're interested.
Thank you. If you'd like to begin.
Yes, so as I said, I'm representing Solstice Media. We're a South Australian-owned and headquartered media company focused on local public interest journalism. We were founded nearly 20 years ago to provide an alternative media voice in the Adelaide newspaper market, which at the time was solely served by News Corporation publications. We started with a print newspaper, a weekly newspaper called the Independent Weekly, but we transitioned that to a digital news site called In Daily, which has now grown to be one of the most significant producers of public interest journalism in South Australia. We do publish some other titles here as well, and which one recent project which might be relevant is called In Review, which is a dedicated local arts review and journalism site. It's funded by philanthropy and grant funding. We employ about 80 people across South Australia, Victoria and Queensland. Makes us the biggest independent media company here in South Australia. The In Daily product, we have more than 60,000 subscribers with a growing readership. In fact, the last few years we've seen a real exponential growth. According to Nielsen, by December last year, we had more than 770,000 readers and we placed number 22 out of Australia's news sites. And so we think for a site focused on local public interest journalism, this is quite an achievement. While we're based in Adelaide, in the city, we do run an annual regional news program, which produces dozens of substantial stories each year about local communities, businesses and issues, and those are written by journalists on the ground in the regions. So we think that our experience over the last 20 years, which has been one of the most turbulent periods in the history of the news media, has given us a pretty good understanding of the challenge facing public interest journalism, particularly in the smaller and regional markets. We have a free to access model, and our funding is based on a diverse approach. Advertising, a reader donor program, events, grants, support from Google and Facebook through the mandatory code. We were in discussions with both companies before the code was implemented. But given the relative riches that have flown to the biggest media companies in Australia, while the money is very welcome for a small newsroom like ours, it's very difficult to see how the code has assisted in the cause of diversity in the Australian media. And as a company, we see the biggest challenges to independent and local journalism coming from this lack of diversity. The largest media companies, I think, enjoy the most favourable policy settings. They attract the lion's share of government advertising support. We see an issue which might be a slightly off topic for this committee, but those cities that also serve regional areas that are outside of the Sydney-Melbourne axis. We feel that media companies' head offices there have relatively easy access to the national policy makers and funding schemes. These other capital cities shouldn't be forgotten in the mix. They are important and like us, deliver a lot of regional journalism. Anyway, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next for a short opening statement? Mr. Morgan, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Damien Morgan, Today News Group. I'm proud to be a partner of a new and innovative independent regional newspaper publishing organisation in Queensland. The Today News Group publishes independent weekly newspapers and news online under 14 mastheads in the Rockhampton, Gladstone, Bundaberg, Gympie, Burnett, Noosa, Ipswich, Warwick, Stanthorpe, Longreach and the broader central west regions of Queensland. We were founded in Queensland after News Corp closed their regional newspapers in 2020 with a mission to provide regional news services to communities that were left without a local newspaper. Most of our newspapers are startups and many of our staff are ex-News Corp employees who were made redundant. In fact, 4 of those ex-News Corp employees are now business partners and shareholders in the publishing businesses within our group. We also recently purchased and revived the 98-year-old iconic Longreach Leader, which was previously independently owned. Today News Group's not a corporation. We're a group of independent publishing companies with a common vision and approach to regional publishing in the modern era. One of our companies, CQ Media Proprietary Limited, based in Rockhampton, recently acquired the News Corp printing facility in Rockhampton, where we now employ more than 15 staff and print newspapers for ourselves, but also for other publishers 6 nights a week. In fact, during this flooding event in Queensland, we're printing 7 nights per week. I appreciate the opportunity to appear here today, and the most important messages I'd like to communicate are, firstly, despite the recent closure of many regional newspapers by the local publishers, there is still a viable and critical role for regional newspaper publishers, and there's a revival underway in Queensland. A local paper is a journal of record for the regions we serve. It's the first draft of history. In many cases, we're the only source of local independent news. We give a voice to community groups, hold the powerful to account, and provide a public notice board for important community announcements. A local newspaper also gives a voice to our regions in important political debates at a state and national level. Our grassroots reporting on important political issues is an essential ingredient in a properly functioning democracy. When News Corp stopped printing in 2020, it created an opportunity for independent publishers like us, and there are others, to start up and fill the void, providing essential local news and adding to media diversity in the process. However, the revival that is underway does require appropriate government support for it to be sustainable in the long term. Second point I'd like to make is that support offered by the Australian government for regional journalism is a great investment in regional communities. Regional newspapers provide trusted and regulated news to many Australians that digital news doesn't. Many of the most vulnerable Australians lack the resources to access online news. Regional newspapers consistently top surveys as the most trusted source of news, and I'm happy to expand on that later. And it should be of great concern that an increasing number of Australians are now getting their news from unregulated social media, which we know now spreads fast as false news than it does as the truth. For example, social media has been a significant enabler of COVID-19 vaccine hesitancy in regional Australia. Publishing regional newspapers is a challenging business, but we are innovating, we are changing our business models, and our unique ability to reach regional Australians with a trusted and independent source of news remains in high demand. The readers are there. And this is a powerful niche in an increasingly fragmented market and gives us a strong basis for viability in the long term. Appropriate government support through these critical years of change will help preserve local news services in the long term. The third point is that the News Media Bargaining Code has been very positive. It's been a great first step for independent news publishing in Australia, and it sets a positive precedent for other governments around the world. However, further regulation is needed. The power balance is still very heavily skewed towards the tech giants, especially in the area of defamation risk. My final point, local government news services need to be regulated. A new and growing challenge for independent regional news businesses is the rise of council news services. Many local government marketing and communications departments are employing journalists and producing news well beyond the typical scope of council updates, sometimes under misleading names that give the impression it is an independent source of news. For example, the Bundaberg Regional Council in Queensland has a mass media news service called Bundaberg Now. It's got the biggest newsroom in Bundaberg, bigger than the ABC, and it's covering everything from local sport, business and community news. We strongly believe this concept poses a dangerous threat to independent local news in Australia. Finally, we believe regional newspapers can and will play a critical role into the future. We believe the business model for successful regional publishers in the future requires innovation and economies of scale on the back end of publication, combined with committed local reporters and sales staff on the ground, producing hyper-local news, not syndicated or clickbait. We also need strong and ongoing commitments from governments of all levels to support us through advertising, appropriate financial assistance, and ensuring the digital platforms continue to pay for content. And also further regulation to ensure we do not end up with local government propaganda news services. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Ms Moriarty, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, I do. I'll be as brief as I can be. I'm the owner and director of Scenic Rim Media. Previously it was Canungra Times, and in July 2020 we opened a new masthead, the Beaudesert Bulletin. The Canungra Times is a small monthly newspaper and Beaudesert is fortnightly print publication. We've recently added news websites for both publications. Our papers are part of the local communities. We're well connected to the community, and we cover stories that other larger news organisations may not cover or might not even know about. We regularly share stories and news tips with the ABC, who we developed a strong relationship with during the 2019 bushfires. Over the past 5 years, local government seems to be hell-bent on competing with small local newspapers by publishing their own news, as Damien has just said. The communications role has changed from liaising with local media to putting their own news out via social media, website or printed material. This is ratepayer funded and not independent. And it is in direct competition with local newspapers for advertising dollars. I'm constantly fighting this locally, and a small private business cannot compete with a government organisation. No newspaper is after free handouts. All we really want is our fair share of paid advertising. My feeling is that a lot of small regional towns where print publications have closed in the last couple of years lost their newspapers twice. Once when the newspapers were bought out by large corporations who then put in generic content into the papers that didn't suit their demographic. I assume this is done for economies of scale, but it doesn't help the credibility of the local media. As a result, we've seen a demise in the number of local journalists and their ability to gather and report news. They lost them again the second time when these large corporations closed newspapers down altogether. Thankfully, there have been other small independent papers that have sprung up in their stead. Printing costs is something that has also significantly increased and impacted independent print publications in the last 5 years. Many printing plants in southeast Queensland have closed. All the majors have shut down their presses, and there is no web press available within a reasonable distance. The print cost for small publications is almost crippling. A lot of strong independent papers have come up after the last 2 to 3 years, have the potential to grow, but the cost of printing is a block to this. I believe that independent media is a necessity, especially in small regional towns. Small local newspapers can bring a community together, act as a voice for people, and offer balanced, unbiased reporting of events and issues.
Thank you very much for your opening statements. You have presented some issues that we haven't heard before, and I did read with interest, Mr Morgan, the Bundaberg Council issue, which Ms Moriarty, you have also raised. If those councils are presenting or preparing and giving away, I assume, free their news, I'm assuming that not only are they taking advertising dollars from potentially your clients, but they are also not advertising, the council is not advertising in your papers. Is that so?
Chair, I'll take that. Yes, that's true. There are two big concerns. And the first one actually is around independence of journalism. So if we put the business side of it aside, what we have in Bundaberg, for example, is a mass-scale news service. This is not a small news service. And in fact, the Mayor of Bundaberg was the only politician from any level of government in Australia to make a submission to the Digital Reform Bill, actually supporting the tech giants. So they unashamedly are promoting this as a local news service, and they cover it very well. It's extremely well resourced, but the problem is, while they are covering this wide scope of local news, from local sport to business openings to events, and doing it well, they are also reporting on themselves. And as the community becomes more and more reliant on this free source of news, which of course is funded by the ratepayers, they are getting less and less analysis of how well the government is performing. It is a very big threat to democracy in our view. The second point is the one you make. They're flooding the market with news. And so when people are getting a lot of good news, the demand or the desire to go and purchase news elsewhere is diminished. So it has two effects, and both of them are very limiting, and they are a dangerous threat to diversity and independent news in that market and in other markets that are doing similar things.
So you're saying that the council papers are taxpayer funded, but they're also advertising funded, aren't they?
No. So then, and it's not a newspaper, it's all online, and they don't take advertising. But what they are doing is covering a very wide scope, not council news. I mean, the Mayor is appearing in photographs for things that have nothing to do with council. So there's a distortion there to the reportage of the local politician's performance. But they are covering such a wide range of things, very few of them are actually directly related to council, that it has become a popular source of news for locals. You can't blame locals for following this on social media and getting lots of updates. But the silent danger in it, as I've pointed to, is the fact that as they become more reliant on that, it's harder and harder for us to actually provide analysis of how that local government is going. And people, in many ways, instead of the local media, the ABC, us, News Corp are there's local radio stations, there is a diverse and full news media, and they have previously said the reason they started up was because of the decline of local media, just not true. It is harder, and we are now finding ourselves in the position where we're correcting the record set by the council rather than reporting the news. Independent journalism is being lost in that region.
Yes, that's very concerning, I've got to say. Can you...
Yes, we...
Go ahead.
Am I able to add to that briefly?
Certainly.
Yeah. We found a year or two ago that our local council started a campaign that they called One Scenic Rim, where they were going to tell the stories of business people throughout the region. Now, in that situation, paid or unpaid, business people are just going, well, why would we advertise with you when council's telling our story and putting it out through their website and their social media channels and blah, 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 for free? And quite rightly so, I don't blame them for that. But obviously that makes it extremely difficult for us. I rang another local publisher and said, what are they doing? And she said, they're just going to employ a heap of journalists, do what they want, and they'll gradually push us out because we won't be able to compete. The role of the communications team seems to have changed from liaising with local media and pushing their messages out through local media to pushing their messages out through their own channels whether that's social media or their website. They don't tend to do too many printed publications, but it's certainly competing and it certainly makes it very difficult. And I believe other councils, Logan is fairly nearby, are doing similar things. And there is no independence in that. It's completely biased propaganda. There's no balance there at all. It's dangerous.
Can we
I'm obviously
move?
from a-
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm obviously not from a small town, but there is this highlights a similar issue that local independent media has, and that's getting a fair share of government advertising, which is very important. Obviously, the fiercer and the more independent your coverage, the more it can potentially compromise the willingness of governments to advertise with you. We strongly believe that government advertising should be proportionate to the readerships of the various layers of the media in a town and in a state, and it's clearly not. And my concern is adjacent as well. It's when government advertising deals become wrapped up with editorial or pseudo-editorial deals, which we see happen in our market all the time, which is compromise. As Damien said, it's incredibly compromising to the quality of local journalism.
And independence.
Yeah.
Can I go to the viability of regional papers? And this is newsprint. I note, Ms Moriarty, that you spoke about the cost, almost the prohibitive cost, of small regional newspapers being able to print. What has changed? I don't mind who answers this, but what has changed for regional papers, and what is the answer to the viability moving forward?
In my case, probably we have had a number of print plants closed down over the last 5 years. So the print costs for me have gone up astronomically, and even recently paper prices have gone up, everything's gone up. Because there's been a number of print plants closed down, the options are very limited of what you can do. So I don't know what the answer is. The best case scenario would be for somebody to put a web press in somewhere in Brisbane or southeast Queensland that can be accessed fairly easily by independent publishers. That probably won't happen. I do know that in my experience, a few years ago, we had a corporation undercut another printer severely. They halved my print costs, and basically 2 years later, so that company went broke or closed down that I was printing with. 2 years later, that corporation doubled my print costs overnight, basically sent me an email saying, here's your new quote, twice, and I rang them and said, why didn't you just send me an email saying we don't want your business anymore, because that would be easier. So that in itself has been really difficult. I don't have any answers for it. We just do the best we can, basically.
Chair, if I could add to that.
Certainly.
So we're involved with printing as well as publishing. Publishing is our core business. Look, the raw materials have gone up. So the cost of newsprint, the delivery, logistics in regional areas is expensive in anything, but those costs have gone up. So it's I think it's dangerous to expect those things are going to change quickly. So this is about innovation and adaptation. This is about having conversations with your local market about increasing the cover sales of newspapers, which we've had to do. And we have found that in those markets where people value their local news, and we've explained to them this is why the cost has had to go up. Look, no one likes it, but it has been received well. So constant innovation at this period, constant changes, tweaking the business model as we're going through this period of radical change is essential. And we have had to look to increase our cover sales and talk to our advertisers about advertising rates. So it makes a tough business model tougher. And look, this is where support from, for example, appropriate support We're not suggesting that council should give us money or handouts, or the state government or the federal government. What we are saying is we've got a great audience. We evolved the media, it's a fragmented media market. We get to regional communities with a trusted source of news, and it's actually a very good medium for governments to be getting a message out. And so the more we can convince governments that we don't want a handout, we actually want to do business with you and help you in an independent way, the way we have, through the decades, that will help. So it's going to be a series of little things that we have to do, and that in combination with the government, we can do, that will see us sustain and thrive into the future, in my view.
Has the News Media Bargaining Code made a significant difference to your business?
Yes, it has. It's only very early days, so there are still some pieces to work through, but it gives us great encouragement, and that the revenue that promises to come will be very helpful. Yes, I mean it's not a silver bullet. It's not a model on which you're going to sustain a business, but it is one of those many things that I've just alluded to that need to happen in a changing environment to increase our ability to be viable and successful. But yes.
Thank you. I'll go to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the panel. As the Chair has said, your perspective is really valuable, and you've raised some things that we haven't otherwise heard through the hearings so far. I wanted to pick up, if I may, in regards to particularly around, my question is, I guess, to the whole of the panel, in Daily, the Karanga Times, and to Today News Group. I might start with the Today News Group. Thank you for your submission, and I think which really outlined three things that are significant. The significant revival of independent newspapers underway, including your news group. Also that revenue due to COVID-19 has never been more difficult, and at the same time costs have increased significantly. I mean, it's really very positive to learn about the revival of independent newspapers occurring in Queensland, especially with your Today News Group. Can you provide a bit more detail on how new titles have been created or old titles have been brought back? And have the members of the Today News Group received any kind of government assistance, for example, tax incentive? And have members of the Today News Group received any kind of revenue from Google or Facebook under the News Media Bargaining Code?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. So the papers were formed when News Corp shut down. There are three partners that are in all of the ventures, and in some of them there are other partners, as I've said, who were former employees. I'm one of the partners in all of the businesses. We formed because we knew there was still demand for local newspapers, and we did not go into the market with daily papers, which was the model that News Corp was operating. So we have gone in with weekly newspapers. We have charged $3, where previously newspapers were $2. We have economies of scale on the back end side of things. So in areas like layout of the paper, graphic design, etc., we do have a central hub. It gives us economies of scale. That allows us to invest heavily in journalists on the ground and salespeople on the ground. So we have a leaner model that does that journal of record style newspaper once a week. It has been very warmly received by the communities who were left without a newspaper. Have we received any assistance from the government? Nothing beyond what any other regional publishers have received. In fact, the Ping funding, we were late for that, so that wasn't something that was available to us. We are thankful and we appreciate the potential of the cadet funding that may come. But no, these were businesses that were started. We don't expect handouts. We are a business. The biggest force against us is the negative narrative, this story that newspapers are dying. And we have to address that perception. We have to get businesses as well as the government to understand that actually in the new era, a once a week newspaper supported by digital news. So we're breaking news. We're doing flood coverage today breaking news in Gympie and in Ipswich. So we're not purely a newspaper, and there is a lot of news that is much better suited to real-time reporting online. But a lot of what we do is not breaking urgent news. It's community news. It's very important, but it can wait until an edition that comes out once a week. And so that combination of producing that journal of record, where we hold stories that aren't urgent, put them in the paper once a week, stories that are urgent, accidents, natural disasters, etc., we go straight online. We believe that's the model into the future. So that's how we came about. We have two of my business partners are fifth generation publishers. They are very experienced and innovative. I'm new to it. I think I'm the only person in the world, possibly, who invested in regional newspapers for the first time in 2020. I come from a radio background. But in this newly fragmented world where now there are so many niches, our argument is our niche is a beauty. Our niche is local news, and locals want to know in these regional communities what's happening in their communities. That's never going to go away. So it's about building a business model around that fundamental fact, and we're optimistic.
And just the last part of my question, has the Today News Group received any kind of revenue from Google or Facebook under the News Media Bargaining Code?
Oh, sorry. So the first of the Google revenue has just started, and we will be getting more revenue from Google. The Facebook arrangements are still being finalised, but we hope to. So that is a positive step, and it is something that we think will be useful.
Mm-hmm. I might actually go to In Daily and the Canangro Times. Have either of your news outlets been in receipt of benefit of any government support mechanism? I think was the In Daily eligible for funding under the Regional and Small Publishers Innovation Fund, or the PING Fund? And if so, was In Daily successful in obtaining funds? And Ms Moriarty, was the Times eligible and successful in obtaining funding? And just again, the same question that I had to the Today News Group, have either of you struck deals with Google and Facebook under the News Media Bargaining Code?
We have deals with Google and Facebook under the code. As I said before, we were actually in negotiations with them before the code was settled, and that is obviously welcome and useful and part of what has to be a diverse mix of revenue going forward. We did receive some government funding via ACMA administered grants a few years ago after the innovation fund that was set up after the passing of the big package of media legislation. So there was some funding for smaller and independent publishers. It was a very restrictive grant scheme. So the criteria was very narrow. It was still welcome, but it would have been more useful if the criteria were a bit broader for us. And we did receive some funding under that scheme later to hire, which provides some part funding for a couple of cadet reporters, which was also very, very useful. We obviously had to find a way to keep them on board after the funding ran out, but having that was incredibly useful. A really important and growing part of our revenue is reader donations. So because we do daily public interest journalism, it is free to access. We've had a reader donation system for a few years now, and it's growing and it's important. Our arts and cultural project, as I said, is entirely funded by philanthropists and grant funding and readers. We think for public interest journalism, it would be a great thing if there was a tax incentive.
He's frozen.
You're strongly in support of that.
Sorry, we just lost you for a moment, Mr. Washington. Would you like to repeat the last couple of sentences?
The last bit I was talking about the importance of the reader revenue, reader donations, and that we strongly support some suggestions that have come to you and to previous inquiries about the public interest journalism for some sort of support for donations under the tax system, whether that be an R&D rebate or some other kind of tax deductibility. The reason why we've survived in a very competitive market as an independent publisher is because our readers do not want us to fail and support us. As the other people giving evidence here suggest, there is a very powerful demand for independent local journalism. And if we can make it easier for people to support us, then that's obviously, a good thing and will help us to survive into the future.
Deputy Chair, I might move to Mr Zimmerman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I had a question, maybe starting with Mr Morgan. So cover some general issues. So firstly, you're a living, breathing example of a media market being vacated and then refilled effectively. Why have you succeeded where news failed?
It's a very good question. We get asked a lot. I can't talk to the success of News Corp prior to exiting, but the first thing to say is some of the markets they were in, I think it is clear that those papers were not failing badly. They shut 100 newspapers, some of them were still doing well. Our model, the significant difference is, rather than doing newspapers 6 days a week, as dailies, we've gone to 1 day a week supported online. That is lower cost. It is also, in our view, a better way, because what was happening with daily newspapers in regional areas, when you were already putting a lot of news online, there was less to put into the paper. So we've gone with one thick newspaper, 64 up to 80 pages per week, supported online. And we've been selling those newspapers for $3. So that is our model. It's coming up to 2 years. It has been successful. We also, big difference, all of our news is local. So where News Corp previously was filling many of those local papers with syndicated content from their metro mastheads, state-based news, we are doing exclusively local news. So community events, community updates, giving a voice back to schools and the like. And that has had a very positive impact. We have had anecdotal evidence. The pride in the paper is significantly greater in our startups. Some of them were feeling disappointed in the old newspapers that had been serving them for a long time, that they were not as committed to the local areas as when they were independent papers prior to being bought by a New York-based organisation. So our model is different. It's weekly papers, it's supported online, it's hyper-local, and so far that has been warmly embraced.
Do you think the day will come when the readership is happy with just digital? I mean, can you still see yourself printing rather than just being digital in 20 years' time, for example?
Look, if I had a crystal ball, it is a question we spend a lot of time thinking about. But to be honest, we don't know the answer. What we print in our newspaper, for the most part, is not available online. Well, it is if you are a paid subscriber, but it's not available anywhere else. So we are providing content in printed form for our local communities that, for the most part, you can't get anywhere else. So we are hoping. I came from Talkback Radio, where our audience was 50 to, dead. And the market used to, there were different times when people would say we need to reach out to a younger audience. But of course, there's a new batch of 50-year-olds every year. And so what we are hoping is that as people become older and more interested in news, they will pick up the habit of buying newspapers. So I can't answer that question with confidence. We know the market is there now. And we will continue to innovate and change with the times as we need to.
Yeah. A broader philosophical question for all three of you. All three of you have talked about the potential role of government support to maintain regional media. At what point should we be concerned as a matter of principle about effectively independent media relying on government for its very existence? And for example, to cite an example, I know as a former councillor that I saw local papers which ran a proactive independent line which occasionally brought them into conflict with the mayors or general managers of the day, and then suddenly they found that their council advertising was pulled, which had a disastrous impact for them. So it is an interesting philosophical debate about what is the balance between being able to have a genuinely free and independent media and having a media that becomes reliant on, for its very existence, on government support and the consequences that might flow from that. Do any of you have any thoughts on that? Maybe Mr. Washington or Ms. Moriarty?
Oh, sorry. I don't think we should ever be reliant on government advertising to keep us afloat. Or
But it may not be
grants or
advertising, it might be
whatever.
other things like...
Yeah, whether it's grants, whatever it is, it needs to be independent. Like we're a free newspaper. We're investigating breeder donors similar to what Indalia is doing now at the moment. And we're extremely well supported by local businesses, and that's where our revenue comes from. If our council pulled their advertising tomorrow, I would be disappointed, but it wouldn't be a breaking point. And I think that's where there needs to be a bit of a line there, that you're not reliant on that and frightened to go against council or any other level of government. It takes away your independence. It would make it very difficult.
Mr. Washington?
Our view has always been that government advertising should flow to us in the proportion that matches our readership and our demographics and our reach, and that should not be a political decision. It should be a marketing decision by experts within government. Having said that, I agree with you. We don't want to rely on government support, and there are several bulwarks against that happening with us. For a start, our readers would, if we started to lose our independence, our readers would know from experience. They want us to be fiercely independent. They make it clear to us that that's what they expect, and that's why our community supports us. So it's a difficult question, but government support can be very important in terms of allowing us to, grow and try new things in lots of, like, these small towns we're talking about here, and not so small towns. Some of these could be described as company towns, where the company is the local government, and so they're obviously important advertisers and supporters. But beyond that, in terms of grant funding and things like that, I just think that the independent and local sector, we play a civic role, and we're important to the functioning of democracy, and governments should support us for that reason, no matter what our individual positions in our reportage might be and how it might impact the political fortunes of the layers of government. If there's a matter of principle, that's what I think it is.
Can I also just ask, coming from one of the least regional and remote electorates on this committee, if I think about my local media market, which has changed dramatically over the 20 years I've lived in the area that I do, and the level of local news reporting in the traditional local newspaper has declined, and they're now basically common contents across a number of newspapers. In its place, we have actually had some new newspapers emerge, but in its place, we've actually seen the growth of community-based social media pages, which have actually become the real source for many residents of micro-local news issues. And I have to say, generally do a fairly good job, not curating it to the same extent that a newspaper would, but a fairly good job at curating it and actually providing that service. Are you all experiencing the same phenomenon in your areas, particularly more regional areas?
We certainly... Oh, Sorry, we've certainly found that where we are, particularly in natural disasters, during the bushfires, during the floods, and depending on who the administrators are of those pages, they can be a source of really good information and really good news. The problem is that there isn't those checks and balances, there isn't the regulation with it, so it can also be a source of misinformation. It really just depends on who's running those pages.
If I could just add to that, two things. I do think it's different in the regions, but firstly, at a philosophical level, the more sources of niche news there are in any region, the more potential there is that this well-known phenomenon that we're all skewing and dialing our news to get the kind of news we want, which I don't think is helpful. And we're seeing that with social media. You know, whichever politics or whichever position you take, the social media serves you more and more of that particular view. But in the regions, I think it's different because there is much less. And the danger is that there is not one source that of independent analysis of what is happening in that region. So one of the niches you're talking to is actually these council websites. So yes, they are absolutely dialing up the amount of information and news they're putting into the marketplace, but it's all coming from one place and it's all glowingly positive about the council's performance. And so the more people become reliant on that, and you could argue they're doing a good job, the problem is there's much less analysis of how well they're doing and how well they're investing ratepayers' money. So I see a very big built-in threat to that. So in regional areas, I think having an independent source of news that covers everything, and we are held accountable by our readers. If we're seen to be biased towards a particular council, you know, we're in the community with those same people and there's nowhere to hide, and we hear very quickly and clearly from them that's what their view is.
Yes, I've read the Bundaberg now during the course of this hearing. The Mayor's obviously a living legend. That's all the questions that I have.
Thank you. Ms Bell, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. Given that the federal government funds the ABC to, I think the amount is $3.3 billion over the next 3 years, and we heard from them that they agree there's more scope for them to do more to assist small regional publications to build a more sustainable business model. What do you think of that idea, and do you have any further ideas on how they could potentially assist your publications to develop that more sustainable business model?
Mr Morgan, would you like to go?
I'm happy to make a comment. I don't want to realise I'm talking a lot. So very quickly, from my perspective, the ABC plays a very important role, and in the regions, an even more important role, I would argue, and has done, having grown up on a cattle property in Western Queensland. The ABC is very, very important. However, we want more journalists in the regions, not less. And I think the danger of relying on stories from the ABC is that we lack that diversity. So I think we need more sources of independent news. So I think there's a built-in problem with that, as much as it does seem logical at one level. Thank you.
I agree with what Damien says about the danger to diversity, but from a philosophical perspective, is there any reason why ABC content, particularly in regional markets, should not be made available on a qualified Creative Commons basis to whatever local publisher wants to publish them? We've seen there are some great Creative Commons journalism projects in Australia and around the world, like The Conversation, our own In Review Arts and Culture project is Creative Commons. There's excellent examples of it overseas, particularly in the US, and I don't see why a regional publication shouldn't be allowed to republish ABC content with certain restraints, like not changing it or editing it in a way which makes it misleading. But as a matter of principle, I don't see why not.
I've been in a bit of a different situation, I suppose. In the 2019 bushfires, I developed quite a good relationship with the local ABC, and I'm now in a situation where I will send them news tips, send them stories, share our content with them. If there was some kind of funding arrangement for that, that would be great, and we could possibly employ an extra journalist or something. And I value that relationship because it does help our region to get news out to wider Australia and to let people know what's happening. There is really very little, probably there's no financial benefit to my business for doing that. I do it because I believe it's something that benefits our community. So certainly using the ABC in that way is great. If there was a financial benefit, that would be even better.
So you're saying that sharing content with ABC across those regional channels would be a big help to your business model?
Possibly. What I'm saying is that the ABC will now send me an email or call me to say, hey, what's happening in Canungra? Have you got any stories for us? What's going on? Or ring me for contacts with different things. And obviously I'm providing that because it helps, I believe, our community. It helps local tourism. It helps people to know what's going on and raise the profile of the town. It doesn't help my business, apart from maybe raising the profile a little bit. There's really no financial gain. But I still think that it's worthwhile in terms of the community to be able to do that. So they have helped us on certain issues like being able to get mental health help after the bushfires, being able to get help full stop after those bushfires with donations and that sort of stuff. So sharing that wider story was beneficial, and actually hearing from people who are in the town, journalists who are in the town, is a big help. But as I say, if there was like some sort of payment for that, that would be great. I've never approached them about it. I've never asked them about it. I don't think I probably will, but that would be an option maybe for the ABC to be funneling some money into regions without actually having to employ a journalist of their own that's based in towns where it's not economically viable. Possibly using smaller newspapers might be an option. Don't know.
And just one final question from me. Thanks for that contribution. Just one final question from me, and that is, do you think outside of sharing content, there's any other way that the ABC, for example, may be able to assist in development of regional business models for media? Can you think of any other way? Just trying to sort of find solutions and help these regional small business models.
They certainly have helped to push different issues and to take up different issues that have happened in our area. And as I say, does it help my business? Does it help local news in terms of I can't employ more journalists? Like, I'm basically it in that area. So taking that up with them it's a help on those issues. It helps to get a result, which is good. It gives us a stronger voice. I don't have any other real solutions off the top of my head. Damien or David might have some ideas there.
I'm sure you've probably explored as many opportunities as possible and solutions as possible to improve the sustainability of the business model. I'm just trying to maybe trigger something somewhere during the public hearing might be a blue sky thought for media.
Mr. Washington, I think, has a comment to make. Ms. Bell.
Well, it's just that in the digital realm, which is where our expertise is, obviously page views are dollars. So if you have more content, if you have access to more content, you can become more financially viable. Again, you wouldn't want to flood your site with ABC content, but in those areas where you can't cover or whatever, if you could republish, it would obviously have some commercial impact.
Mr. Morgan, do you have a comment to make on that?
Look, I can see the logic in exploring the potential for it, given the ABC is funded by the taxpayer. It's just not immediately obvious to me how we could leverage that. As I said, I think we need more journalists, not less, and pooling journalism to me is not the place to find economies of scale. So it's not. I haven't thought it through it in depth, but it's not immediately obvious to me how we might be able to make something like that work.
Can I, Chair here, can I read to you the recommendation 3 from the University of Canberra? We suggest a collaboration between regional news businesses and the ABC should be considered that explores the development of an Australian version of the BBC Local News Partnerships Program, which you can find online. This will provide an opportunity to boost public interest journalism in parts of regional Australia currently underserved by quality local news.
I think it's a good idea. And I think there are lots of areas in local journalism that could benefit from a closer relationship. You know, one of the things that's hard in smaller newsrooms is providing professional development opportunities for your reporters, for building their skills. The resources of the ABC are obviously significant in relation to training and development, and to be able to access that in some way would be very useful. I don't see why they should see the independent sector as a competitor in any meaningful way. So I think there are lots of opportunities there that should be explored in that sort of model.
Mr. Morgan or Ms. Moriarty, have you got a comment on that?
Nothing further from me, Chair. No.
Okay.
Without knowing much about the BBC Local News Partnership Program, which I'll certainly look up, that would be something that I would be really interested in exploring, and I think it is something that may work well, as long as it didn't take away our style and our independence of what we do. That would be the only worry. But yeah, I think that could actually be quite beneficial.
Excellent.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your attendance here today and giving your time. If the committee has any further questions, they will be put to you in writing, and you will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. That being the case, if we could have your responses by the close of business on Friday the 4th of March, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
Mr. Morgan, I have one question for you.
Yes.
Is the oval behind you flooded at this point in time?
No, that's a cricket oval in England, actually.
Ah, well,
But
there you go. It won't be.
The ovals in many of the ovals in Brisbane are, and across Ipswich, and of course northern New South Wales. It's a terrible situation.
Shocking. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
University of Canberra, are they here? Are they here? Great. And, yep, beautiful. Oh, they're here as well. They will be. No, they will be via video. Right, good. Mr. Gorman, I note your presence. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's good to be with you for the rest of the day.
Excellent. Can we ask them to come forward? Wait, but these ladies can all come forward. Yep. University of Canberra, if you'd like to come forward. Thank you. Peter English. Dr. English, I note your presence. Can you confirm that Dr. Alexandra Wake is going to attend?
Yes, I can see her name on screen. I can't see her, but...
We can't see her name on screen, which is interesting.
Okay. I'll send her a note to try logging in again.
Yep, thanks. Now,
Make yourself at home. Be careful, occasionally they can eject you forcibly if you press the wrong button.
I think we might begin. I now call on representatives from RMIT and the University of Canberra to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? And we'll start with University of Canberra. Thank you. I've got to say it's nice to have you in the room. Real people.
Yes, we thought we'd take the opportunity since we're here. I'm Kerry McCallum. I'm the Director of the News and Media Research Centre at the University of Canberra.
My name's Caroline Fisher and I'm the Deputy Director of the News and Media Research Centre.
Hi, my name is Sora Park. I'm Professor of Communication, News and Media Research Centre at the University of Canberra.
Thank you. Dr. English, would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm Peter English. I'm a Vice President of the Journalism Education and Research Association of Australia and a Senior Lecturer at the University of the Sunshine Coast. And we hope to be joined by Alex Wake, who is the President of JIRA and an Associate Professor at RMIT.
We might begin, I think. And again, we'll begin with the University of Canberra. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Kerry McCallum and I'm the Director of the News and Media Research Centre at the University of Canberra. And I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to take part in this hearing for the inquiry into Australia's regional newspapers. The NNMRC, as we are known, advances public understanding of the changing media landscape. Our concern is with the impacts of media disruption on news businesses, audiences and democratic processes. Australian regions are a particular focus as they have, in many ways, borne the brunt of the disruption in the news industry. Our submission draws on a range of survey and qualitative research that we conduct at the News and Media Research Centre, including the 46-country digital news report that tracks news consumption habits over time. We have also conducted specialist research into regional news audiences and journalists. Our research paints a picture of a regional news media under stress. Newspapers, once the lifeblood of regional communities, have declined in both availability and use. 17% of local or regional news consumers read a printed newspaper, and just 4% use newspapers as their main source of news. And news consumed online has not entirely taken the place of the printed word, leaving many communities with declining access to news. While people understand the value of news for information and for community connection, and many say they have experienced the closure of a newspaper, at the same time, they have low levels of concern or understanding, that is literacy, about what the decline in traditional media means for local communities with gaps in news services. Only 13% of Australian news audiences pay for online news, and just 10% in regional areas say they would be willing or interested to start paying for their news. Our submission recommends that government and the media industry fund independent research to evaluate the impacts of the News Media Bargaining Code and other interventions into the regional news market, particularly whether deals done between tech platforms and media businesses are funding more public interest journalism in regional communities. At the moment, we just don't know. To revive regional news, a program of incentives is required to establish and grow local news startups and to fund locally produced journalism. So that is the end of my short statement. I have my two colleagues with me, Professor Sora Park and Dr. Caroline Fisher. So I'm not going to go into any more detail. You have our submission and we are happy to answer questions for the committee.
Thank you. Dr. English, we still don't have Alexandra Wade on board.
No, she is trying to get on. She's trying to get on. I'm happy to proceed if you are.
Yes, that's fine. Does she want to call in via phone?
Okay, I will just, I will message her with that now.
And please proceed with your opening statement.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Peter English. I'm a Vice President of the Journalism, Education and Research Association of Australia and a Senior Lecturer at the University of the Sunshine Coast, which is a regional university. And we hope to be joined by Alex Wake, who is at RMIT, one of the largest providers of journalism graduates and working journalists in Victoria. Our organisation focuses in part on the preparation of the future journalism workforce and research into the issues that matter for the communities these journalists serve. We know there's an increasing need for journalists who have diverse backgrounds, not only in terms of ethnicity, but also in socio-economic and geographic knowledge. This is especially relevant in regional and outer suburban news publications. One of our major concerns is the lack of incentives for young people from a variety of backgrounds to apply to study journalism. There's significant worry about the 110% rise in fees for communication degrees last year. This includes journalism degrees, even though there are very few journalism-specific training programs in the country. The hike and the continual stories about a loss of senior jobs in the industry impacts on people who want to study journalism. Time and again, we have heard that families from the regions and from diverse backgrounds worry not only about job stability, but also about a HECS debt, with fees now costing $14,500 a year. At my own university on the Sunshine Coast, there are more journalism and media jobs than we have students who want them. It's the same at RMIT, where the journalism graduates are often offered multiple positions. We know our students want to go back to local communities and work in important stories like this week's floods and last year's fires, but right now there is little incentive for them. As we've said in our submission, we offer two overarching recommendations, both based on growing and then sustaining regional journalism in Australia. The employment of journalists who are embedded in local communities is essential. Only local reporters can understand how issues impact on their local areas, not someone trying to report remotely. Secondly, there needs to be sufficient resources to assist the production of independent local journalism so it is free from local political and commercial interests. This way the publications are not merely publishing council press releases. We recommend government subsidies or support for the wages of journalists employed by local news outlets who are living and working in these communities. Ideally, this includes an ongoing commitment to local journalism to encourage journalists to stay in the region. Tax benefits for local and regional news organisations that maintain local offices with local staff would also be beneficial. For the future journalism workforce, we recommend a return to the federal government scholarship program for regional university students who are studying journalism or related degrees. A reduction in course fees for students undertaking a journalism degree or journalism major would also help recognise the value of journalism to society and its vital role in our democracy. Paid internships would also be very welcome. Costs can add up quickly in placements in regional Australia, and the Bank of Mum and Dad is only open to a few of our students. If the events of the past week have shown us anything, it's that well-educated journalists are desperately needed throughout Australia and the world. So we ask this committee to choose to support democracy by choosing to support our students. I welcome any questions and also hope to have Alex here as support, although I don't think I can see her yet.
Dr. Wake, are you online? Okay. Thank you very much for your opening statements and your submissions. I found them very interesting and have quoted them to the ABC this morning. You might, I think I just quoted them to the previous group. Hello, is that Dr. Wake?
It is indeed, and I apologise. I have no idea what's going on with the technology today. I've taught online for the past 2 years and I haven't had this many problems.
It's a very special situation. It's the chair here, Anne Webster. I have with me in the room Trent Zimmerman, member for North Sydney. Online on video we have Patrick Gorman, and we also have the Deputy Chair, and we also have Emma McBride and also Miss Angie Bell. Where do we start? I find your presentation extremely interesting. I guess what we really want to know is how can regional newspapers remain viable? What is the story? Is the News Media Bargaining Code fixing the issue? Are journalists increasing? Now, the ABC, because of the News Media Bargaining Code, the ABC told us this morning, if I remember correctly, that 50 new journalist positions are occurring because of the News Media Bargaining Code from their standpoint, including 19 new positions. Don't look at the Hansard rather than what I'm saying. That is an improvement, but are we going to see the same changes for smaller regional newspapers? Dr. English or Dr. Wake, maybe you could go first.
One of the things that we've noticed, particularly in the past week around the flood coverage, is we haven't seen an increase in the number of journalists compared with 3 or 4 years ago. We're noticing limited coverage in terms of important events, including these floods. It means that audiences are getting less information about crucial things. What we've found just in discussions over the past week or so in northern New South Wales and southeast Queensland is that areas that have journalists have coverage about the impact of the floods, whereas areas that don't are limited, both because of the numbers of the journalists working in these newsrooms and the ability to get out. Whereas previously, I've been a regional journalist. Alex has been a journalist as well. There were more people on the ground telling stories from different parts. So we had suburb by suburb coverage of these disasters. And anecdotally, over the past week, we noticed that those things have been missing this time.
So we have this recycling of the same stories and the same pictures. Is that what you're referring to?
In our area, most of the reports have come off the Bureau of Meteorology, perfectly accurate source, but little value has been added through on-the-ground reports, and people have been relying on social media for images, both of images that are real and things that may not be real, and that may have impacted on the decisions that they've made in terms of leaving their house or staying. I think that that's a concern that we have seen over the past couple of days.
Dr. Wake?
Could I just...
Yes.
Yes, could I just talk about the jobs? It's absolutely fantastic. We have seen a huge increase in job ads and pick up in entry-level jobs from both the ABC and News Corp in the last few months out of that extra money from the Media Bargaining Code. So thank you very much for all your work on that. We very much appreciate it. It's just not enough. It's not enough for what we need across the country. And it's not just regional Australia, it's also local communities. And it's also, the thing with journalism is there are places where you can make money out of it. And but there are places where it is very difficult to make a living out of journalism and therefore to be able to pay the wages of a journalist. And those are the communities which are not getting the kind of coverage that Dr. English is talking about there. So certainly Lismore, absolutely brilliant coverage. I'm sure you've all heard that this morning. The local MP was quite gripping in her tale. But I know just, further north of there where there aren't local journalists located, that coverage is not occurring. So we need to see, we want to say absolutely it's great what's happening, but we need more jobs and more newsrooms across the country, not just for the ABC, but print as well, because the two need to go hand in hand. And we need encouragement for young people to stay in the regions and to, to have their families and be there and be part of the community and not just to see it as a jumping off point to get into a metro news outlet. So that means something needs to be done about, ensuring that those jobs are properly paid, that they get proper training, and that there is a career path there for them.
Thank you. University of Canberra, would you like to comment on that?
My name's Caroline Fisher. I just want to also add that one of the reasons, we're not getting a lot of coverage out of these areas is these journalists live in these areas and they're bailing water out of their own basement. So whilst they're busy doing that, it's very hard for them to actually provide local coverage to their wider community, and hence local communities relying on social media and reports from the Bureau, because the journalists themselves, they're victims of the floods too.
To add to the question you asked about viability and is news media bargaining code fixing the problem, the short answer I think I'd like to say is no, because it's only one of many solutions that is desperately needed at the moment. And if you look at the broader history of newspapers have had 3 revenue streams: subscription, display advertising, and classified. And the first 2, the subscription and display ads, newspaper companies are trying very hard to achieve that online, and has been modestly successful. But the loss of the 1/3 of the revenue, which was classified, nobody has a solution to how they're going to fill that gap. So I think news companies must now shift to experimenting with different business models and subsidy models to make it viable. But small publishers are especially vulnerable because they don't have a big package of different products to offer. So I think this is a very critical moment in news history where we need to really think about how we can sustain news businesses, because it was always a packaged product. Standalone news can never be a product on its own. So where do we package it with? And we're still figuring out. And there's been lots of successful models like crowdfunding, donations, philanthropy, sponsorship, and we're still in the early stages. So I think the government must actively support this period of trial and error so that small publishers can find new business models. And in that sense, News Media Bargaining Code has been very beneficial for large companies, but not so much for small publishers. And it can never be a complete solution because it's an ongoing issue.
Thank you for that. The unearthing of the data around the News Media Bargaining Code is going to be very difficult given there's no transparency about it. Would you agree?
Absolutely. We have recently published some discussion around this and the difficulties around it. The lack of transparency is a real problem. The commercial and confidence nature of the deals means it's very hard to evaluate the impact and track or monitor what's actually happening. We note that in the ACM submission that they say that it makes up a very small percentage of their income stream, this contribution, and that it's no way it's not a silver bullet for them. It was never intended to be a silver bullet for anybody. But yes, the lack of transparency is a real problem. Yeah. But there is an urgent need for analysis and evaluation. It hasn't happened yet, and we've had a year of this, so we do urgently need to have some sort of structured evaluation of, even though a lot of it's done commercial in confidence, there are other measures that can be examined.
So I have several thoughts going through my head. One of them is around the classified ad component of revenue that you raised, Dr. Park. Professor Park? Professor Park. And it seems to me that with Seek.com and with carsales.com and all of the others, which provide a seller with a far wider audience The public hearing will now resume, and I don't remember what the last question was. Who was I going to? Classified ads. Let's go back over that again, Professor Park. So the classified ad space has changed now with online websites such as carsales.com and Seek, etc. Do we have a future going back to regional papers for ads? Is that a viable means of funding regional papers again, or has that ship sailed?
I think the online classified market has taken over, and because it's more efficient for both buyers and sellers to advertise nationally or to a broader reach than just the community, because logistics has changed. There's much more efficient delivery, and you'd want to expand the area that you advertise. So I don't think we can go back to the era where classified will go back to the news online, because newspapers are, by definition, local newspapers have small coverage. So that wouldn't be the way. So we need to find a new revenue stream in addition to subscription and advertising, because subscription and advertising won't increase exponentially. There's a limit, and from our research we know paid subscription won't increase much anymore. And online advertising is such a crowded market, it's almost impossible to get a bigger share in that market either. So there must be a new revenue stream, which nobody has the answer to. But in the meantime, while we seek to find new revenue streams, there must be a stopgap.
Recently, I had a stakeholders meeting, task force where I come from in Mildura, with regional banking because of the number of closures that have occurred in regional banking. And the question, of course, is this just the way of the future? Are we simply transitioning to digital platforms and that's the end of the story? One of the elderly men who was present from the community said, the government and banks need to just face it. This is a 20-year stopgap for all us oldies who don't want to use digital, don't know how to use digital. We still want to go and talk with somebody over the counter. Do you think that this is a parallel story with regional newspapers, or is it still going to be viable in 20 years?
I think it's slightly different. It will be different from the banking industry in that news is so important to many other aspects of life than just reaching out to a local newspaper, reading the weather and sport and local information. There's a component of public interest journalism that cannot be replaced by anything. So that portion of the function of local newspapers should be sustained in some form. It might not be in the same form as local newspapers, but I think it will be very detrimental to democracy to give up that part of local news that was provided for many decades.
So just to be clear, I'm talking about local news continuing, but it's simply changing from newsprint to a digital platform like the banks are.
Yeah, the mode, eventually could change, but there are lots of studies to this day that, and books haven't vanished either, that there will always be some demand for printed products. It might change. It might change the form, or it might change the frequency. But I don't see it going away completely.
I suppose what I would just add there is that it's about the news rather than the actual form. So I think the importance is that local news and journalism is supported. And I think at the moment, local newspapers still offer, an extremely important function. I would just point to one example, and that would be the Ballarat Courier and its coverage of the Royal Commission into institutional responses to child sexual abuse. The commitment and sustained locally produced journalism of that newspaper was quite exceptional. And I think that's something that could not have been replicated by a national and national news. So I think that we just need to keep coming back to the fact that it's the journalist who is producing that news, and obviously the editors around them, but journalists on the ground need to be supported.
Dr. English or Dr. Wake, have you got any comments to make on that?
Yes, it's Peter English. I think the key thing to focus on, whatever the medium, is that the content needs to be local. What we see in a lot of our regional sites is a lot of pooled content. So readers over the weekend were very informed in part about what was happening in Europe, whereas what they needed more is what was happening locally. And then again, coming back to resources in terms of staff journalists, one of the local publications up here, sure, they had the floods as one of their lead stories. And then one of their next stories was about the local men's shed. And on a weekend of such importance for people's safety, that seemed like an unusual choice, and led either to what I can only guess was pre-programmed content able to appear over the weekend, rather than more stories focusing on how this event was impacting on people around our area.
And it's Alex here. I just wanted to add, and I'm sorry, I've been in and out on the technology, hasn't worked for me today. But I have great concerns about the aggravation of news, the aggregation of news, of these aggravating, because we do need local stories, as Peter has just talked about there. But when you do go and look at the jobs that have been created, my concern is that in the way that you review those, is it jobs and journalists that are creating stories that get lots of clicks, like stories about lost dogs, or is it really important journalistic stories like local council stories? You're never going to get the same amount of public interest in some of those really important stories. And I do wonder more generally about thinking about linking journalism to advertising. I just think that is long gone, and journalism needs to be funded in another way, not through the car sale ads. That's just it's really not going to work. And while we still have older people, we're going to continue to need print. And it's not just older people. If you want to have a sort of shared experience around news, as many of us probably did with our parents reading newspapers at the breakfast table, a print form is really good for that. There's been quite a bit of work done around literacy across the country, of media literacy, but that printed form is really useful for the teaching of skills and for also providing information, particularly to older residents.
Thank you. Deputy Chair, are you online?
Yes, Chair. My technology was very smooth until just a little bit earlier today. So I've missed most of this last evidence.
Sorry.
I'm not sure if others from the committee have been on and would...
Deputy Chair, I'll just let you know that we actually had to suspend because we lost everything. So I don't know that you actually missed too much, fortunately.
Oh, okay, thank you, because I was going to say if maybe someone else on the committee might like to go first, but I did have one or two questions. I know we're now very tight on time. So I'll just ask one or two questions then.
Thank you, yes.
Yeah. Firstly, thank you for the submission, which really outlines the work that you're doing to inform understanding of the challenges facing regional media, and does go to some recommendations to support regional media. I just wanted to go to note the previous part of the submission where you say, despite the rise of some newspaper and online startups, there are fewer opportunities for media, communities and journalists, particularly graduate journalists, who are a central element of local newspaper staffing in regional Australia. And you're going to say the outcome of these closures, suspension, consolidations has been a reduction in or the disappearance of local news content available to communities. I think you've just referenced it now where you're talking about what was happening globally, whilst there are things that are happening, in people's backyards that they needed to know about. do you think the crisis facing regional news is getting better or worse? And if so, did your research say why?
Sorry, who was that question to?
Did you have someone in particular to ask that of?
Either to Dr. English or Dr. Wake.
Oh, thank you.
It's Peter English here. I'm just having a blank. We haven't done
That's okay.
research specifically on this. Did you want to add something, Alex?
Look, I was just going to say that journalism is a young person's profession. People don't stay in journalism all that long, believe it or not. And it's particularly a particular issue for women. They drop out at sort of around about the age of 34 in a way that's not seen in other countries. I would point to the work of, Caroline Fisher and others at the University of Canberra who do their surveys, but certainly in terms of the number of publications that are out there, the number of actual journalists at each newspaper that are being employed, I mean, it is down. As I said, we have had that big bump, and we did get a big bump, but it's certainly not enough and not widespread enough. Across the nation, it's in particular areas. What happened in Queensland during the pandemic with the closure of all the print editions of the newspapers up and down the coast was just shocking. And when young people see jobs going like that, they don't look at it for a profession to join. The headlines about job losses. Not unsurprisingly, discourage people from wanting to sign up for what is such an important role in our society. We've got the double whammy of the headlines, the increase in the cost of the university education. If you're in the regions, you're not going to get the same amount of training and support. And people who work as regional journalists, and I did my fair share in almost 10 years, we're members of the community, and we you see things in a way that others can't. You can turn up and see whether or not anyone's actually showing up to the council meetings, and that's why we want to see greater emphasis on supporting young people in the regions.
If you don't mind, could I add something to that, Caroline Fisher? We did a research study into regional journalists last year. We published it, and they're under enormous pressure, increasingly. So lack of resources, time, etc., distance, all of those things. But it is getting worse. We asked them to reflect on the pressures over time, and that things were absolutely getting worse. The other thing that we asked them about too was about their role in the community, and what was very striking was that journalists who work for print newspapers see themselves as having very specific kind of democratic functions, and they have this responsibility to be an advocate for their local community as well as to hold local powers that be to account, much more so than journalists who worked for the local TV station, for instance, or the local radio station. So there was a very particular sort of role perception that these journalists had, which really did describe or characterise the very specific role that print newspapers actually play in a community. They do that accountability journalism, like attend court, etc., and council, that the local TV reporter won't necessarily, because they're part of a wider state bulletin. And so it is that very particular local sort of accountability news that is the function of print newspapers in those areas. That is the thing that is really under threat. It mightn't be the sexiest and most interesting news, but it's really important, and that's the thing that we're really that we're facing losing.
Thank you very much, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman.
Thank you. I've just, in the interest of time, I've just got one question, and it's a bigger, broader question, maybe starting with UC. In your report, you've analysed very comprehensively the decline in regional newspaper consumption. I suppose the big question is why. And if you look at your figures, obviously that decline started before the closure of a lot of those regional newspapers, certainly accelerated from that point onwards for logical reasons. But and it goes, I suppose, to the bigger issues that if people are changing the way that they want to receive their news, and the Chair alluded to this earlier, is it a futile cause trying to encourage people to rely on traditional curated forms of news, or do we actually have to find new models to ensure that the news that people are getting is accurate? I mean, I think about a lot of the young people I talk to in my own electorate, not a regional electorate, but and when I say young, under 40, anyone under 50 is now young in my eyes, and they're not reading newspapers. They're not watching nightly news bulletins. They get snippets on their social media feeds, often from the major news outlets. But it is the bigger conundrum about how we encourage people to be engaged in curated independent news sources.
I'll just start very briefly, but then I will hand over to the expert. I would just say that, well, two things. One is that young people do have their ways of being engaged and have demonstrated, strong engagement in issues such as climate change. So I think we do have to always keep in mind this hybrid and changing media environment, but that what is important is the fact that people, having access to news. So that's my little comment, but I think Sora would like to.
Yeah. So Sora Park here. So there's an overall global trend that interest in news is declining, and it's not just Australia. And
do we know why?
Yes, yes and no. So in Australia, people have access to 6 or 7 digital devices at home. That's the average. So people have this overabundance of information and content that they use all the time. So people are more informed than they were 10 years ago, 20 years ago. But when we ask them, do you access news? They say no. But then they know what's happening around them. And lots of people access news through social media. That's the top pathway to online news at the moment. And so through social media, but then we also asked consumers, so what do you see on social media? And the majority say they see news from news companies. So it's just the pathway has changed. The actual consumption of news is happening indirectly through friends on TikTok or on Instagram, but they eventually get to the news. But in region, if we look at regional consumers, the interest...
Different type of news as well. I mean, isn't this a challenge? Because we know that the news from curated, trusted sources is being interspersed with crap, to use the technical term, and that is having an influence. We, as MPs, we see that in our inbox every day.
Yeah, and in regional areas, the interest is declining more, and people are disengaging more with news than people in urban areas. And that's possibly because regional consumers have less relevant news delivered to them. And so news, it's like a vicious cycle. You don't get high quality, localized, relevant news, so you don't consume it, and therefore you're less likely to pay for it and less likely to consume news. So I think it's a vicious cycle with quality and relevance. One of the things that we found in our local news consumer report is that people are willing to pay for news, willing to access news so long as it's high quality and it's convenient. And in both cases, for young people, convenience is a very important issue, that they can seamlessly access it while they're on social media. So I think the demand is there. It's just that the demand hasn't met the supply, and that's something to figure out.
Can I add to that too, please? Caroline Fisher. Partly it's a definitional issue as well. So news is quite an old term.
Yeah.
And we, that has that's the newsreader on the TV, etc. It's got a very specific sort of mass media age kind of, feel about it. But for young people, so those old formats of news don't necessarily relate to them, but they are consuming other things. So whether it's an informative TikTok video or podcasts or something on YouTube, it is a form of news and information, but they wouldn't see it as hard news. So I think some of the results that we get, it comes down to almost a definitional issue. And one of the challenges that we have in increasing news consumption is adapting to new formats that are more engaging. And there are recent studies actually out of Scandinavia about the fact that the traditional sort of inverted pyramid, that hard news format that we have grown up with and think of as news, that young people just don't find it engaging. It doesn't feel like a natural way to tell a story, etc. So it's incumbent on news creators, on content makers to adapt their forms and the way they're doing it so that they are more engaging for younger audiences who haven't grown up sitting in front of the 6 o'clock news or having a newspaper on the table.
So is it a futile exercise lamenting the decline of traditional news and trying to prop it up for another day or two?
No, I would say it's not a futile exercise. I think it's a very important exercise, but it's an exercise that needs an open mind. It needs an exercise. We can't lose the essence of what it was to have news, but...
I suppose my issue is whether we focus on traditional ways in which news was delivered and in the meantime don't look at ways in which we can make sure that the model that a lot of consumers now want is actually the quality independent news that we want them to get in their social media feeds.
Well, indeed, and it really is about the content.
Yeah,
so, for instance, in some communities, it may be that that you don't have a printed newspaper anymore. Well, okay, but is the online replacement or the social media replacement? Is there a journalist, and more than one, attending court and reporting on council and doing investigative journalism, as well as the colour about the fate and the octogenarian? I mean, are they providing? Is that non-paper news service still fulfilling the role of providing adequate, comprehensive, reliable news? If it is, well, good, as long as everyone in that community has an ability to access that information.
Thank you.
Can I just also make the point on, education and training, that if you want stories told in new forms, be it TikTok, which we're teaching, or any other kind of social media, they are intensive and can be intensive in resource heavy productions. To get a really good TikTok on a serious matter, takes some time to do, and the older journalists on the ground don't have the training. The young ones do, but they need to be supported in the journalism. So it's not, we can do it, but we need to be supported in those new forms.
Good point.
Thank you. And I would also add that connectivity in regional areas poses a serious barrier that needs to be addressed. I want to thank you for your attendance today.
Patrick's got a question.
Chair, sorry.
Can you put it on notice, please, Mr. Gorman?
Well, I mean, in fairness, we've had 2 government questioners, one from the opposition.
Yes, no, I understand that. I'm just conscious of time. But ask the question and we'll put it on notice for everyone to answer by Friday.
All right, but if this is going to be the practice for the afternoon, I don't know if it's worth participating.
Go ahead. We'll certainly
my question to the presenters from the University of Canberra is, you recommend 2 lots of research, 2 lots of evaluation. We heard evidence yesterday from WA newspapers that they're looking at decisions over the next 12 to 24 months about whether or not they shut down or change their regional news model. And so my question to you is, do we actually need more research, or do we actually have all of the evidence base we need to know what actions the government should have taken in the past and should be taking in the future? So I'll ask you to take that on notice. My question to Dr. English is, you spoke in your opening statement about the cost of university degrees. Some of those have gone up, I think, 113%. I'd be interested in you sharing with us, what is the specific regional impact on those university fee hikes from the coalition government? Whether those fee increases have already led to a change in who is studying journalism, or anything you've seen in what it's doing there. What impacts this is going to have over time on newsroom diversity, and what impacts it has in terms of the decisions that people make. And the University of Canberra academics may also wish to answer this, but we've spoken a bit about the decisions people take about leaving journalism and the age at which they do that, and whether there's any research or any observations you have about the decisions that people make around leaving journalism because of the debt burdens of these now, I did a humanities degree. It's much more expensive than it was 15 years ago. Whether there's any impacts on how people choose to engage in journalism, particularly where, as we've spoken about today, there is a public interest aspect to that work and they feel that democratic obligation. So I look forward to reading your answers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gorman. Thank you all for your attendance here today. If the committee has any further questions, they'll be put to you in writing. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. If we could please have a response by Friday, the 4th of March, close of business, we would appreciate that. And the public hearing will now suspend until 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
An inquiry into regional news is resuming now, and I'd like to call on the representatives from the East Arnhem Regional Council of the Northern Territory to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Sure, it's Dale Keane, and I'm Chief Executive Officer of East Arnhem Regional Council, speaking on behalf of the elected council for East Arnhem Land.
Lovely, thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. We'll just assume it's you, it's okay. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Okay, thank you. So overall, I understand there's an emphasis on looking at print media and what newspapers we've had in the region. So I just kind of start with that. So we did have the Arafura Times from 2000 all the way through to around October 2016, late 2016. And it did close down because when there's a refinery in town, Nhulunbuy, shut. So there just wasn't enough people around. We lost about 1,000 to 1,500 people. And there wasn't enough advertising to keep that going. And that was really, though, only for the township of Nhulunbuy and the neighbouring towns of Yirrkala and Ngunnawal, which are about 15 to 20 k's direction each side of Nhulunbuy. The rest of the region, though, there's another 7 communities, and they never, over all those years, they only had the Arafura Times. I've checked this in the last year after that refinery shut down, where they tried to get it out and did get it out to Gallawinku, Ramingetting, Milingimbi and Gaphuwiak, which are on the western side of East Arnhem Land. But it was, I first moved up in 18 years ago and was here for 10 years and we've done a bit of research as well. But that was a good local newspaper which had independent journalism and stories from about Nhulunbuy, Yirrkala and Ngunnawal, and some of the homelands, Lanapoi homelands in particular. And and social things, but also news stories, which was appreciated by people. We have spoken to a range of different people in the last week just to check in what people thought, and they did note a number of people, they valued the independence of that, and now that we've really basically got Facebook is just quite different, where people just have expressions of opinion and arguments or what have you online, but it's not that independent media and local and regional content. That'd be a general overall comment. There's other things I'd like to say, but I'll stop there if that's all right. Or
That's fine, or you can complete your statement if you like.
Okay. So other things would sort of highlight in terms of looking at this is it is problematic. We have had a number of comments that people like physical copies of newspapers, but obviously that's difficult with lack of sponsorship. So online, some kind of online mechanism would be good. We did have in town here from when the Arafura Times finished for about 2.5 years, something called Gove Online. Again, focused on Go, but there was commentary, look back for the communities and the homelands and stories on them. But issues that we see here, and our council find across the communities, is connectivity. If we're going to go to some online, if there was a scope for some online service, however that's funded, possibly through Facebook and sponsorship being gathered there. But if we did have that, there's a real big issue that we're still really flipping between 4 and 3G. Systems do that. And there's minimal bandwidth. So there's also in town here, it is predominantly non-Aboriginal in this town, but there's definitely an increasing number of Aboriginal people, which is good. But in communities in particular, there's a problem with access to television. So just trying to paint the picture, the real picture. There's no NT News. There's virtually no one has a TV because it's hard to maintain in houses which are overcrowded with 20 to 30 people. And in terms of no physical NT News, and electronically things like the NT News say or any other access is difficult for people to get sign up to pay for that or to arrange for being able to sign up and have enough data on their phones primarily. People do, pretty much everyone has a phone, but it's about being able to have enough data to do more than just talking. So yeah, just wanting to paint that picture that it is that increase into connectivity would be very crucial from council's perspective and community as we understand it. And last sort of comment I'd say that is about some kind of education about digital literacy, helping people get more understanding about how to get on Facebook or how to search for news as well. So that's there's something harder in English is your 5th or 6th language, and some support there would help. We believe people to actually access it, even if we had the connectivity.
So, how many people in your region, in your LGA?
Yeah, so around 10,000. People, so yeah, that's a round sort of figure.
And how I know you've talked about Facebook, but how do they get any local news?
Yeah, well, word of mouth. So it is difficult. I mean, organisations like us will put things on our website and on Facebook, and a number of the other organisations do the same. But it really is there is no mechanism for local news. A thing of note, for example, was Milingimbi, the school, a third of the school was burned down the other month and the rest of it's been vandalised, and almost all of it. And, people would only find out about that through word of mouth. And, we know because we work with the communities, but that does lead to misinformation. We talk about Chinese whispers, and then you've got, bullshit whispers, or maybe you could call it. But there's so many times where you hear something's happened, but you just want to check that again and again to see if it's actually true or it's been distorted. That does happen regularly, actually.
So you mentioned that you and other organisations, you put up information on your website, is that what you're saying? or on Facebook?
Yeah, I mean, we put up some, but we're not a news channel, of course. So we'd put up things, and as I'm aware, the other organisations do news and sort of information, things that we think are notable to make people aware of. So there's that, and on our Facebook site too, and positive things. It's more like there's been a festival on, or it's been gained more funding for some good projects, things like that.
Yep.
So it's not independent, it's just us raising awareness of things.
So public interest journalism, fundamentally, there isn't any?
No, there's not. And we do have a radio station, which is a good radio station, Gove FM, local presenters and all, but they don't have a news function. The news function they bring in, they have an independent news network that they flip to when they do news, and which is good. That's there. So there is that there through the radio, but it's not local. It's just across Australia effectively. And there is Ards Radio, which is good, and in language in Yolngu. So that's been around for many decades, and that is definitely worth commenting on. There where people have radios and use that service.
Okay, well, thank you. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, you go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just going to hand to the Deputy Chair. I'm conscious of time and I need to give her equal time here. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the evidence of the submission and the evidence given. Thank you for the evidence given so far. I understand there wasn't a formal submission as such. What I was interested to know is, and you've discussed it already, but it sounds like there is very limited available of media in East Arnhem Land.
Yes, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and has the decline in local media, I mean, it's occurring across Australia, do you think it's been more pronounced in places that are more remote, like the East Arnhem?
Yeah, well, that's definitely my reading of it. Because, the problem across Australia with small newspapers, it's been hard for them, a lot of them closing down over time in the last few decades, and then flipping to technology where, people can technically use phones and other devices, but it's hard when you don't have, the connectivity, or the people don't have the funds to make, to run a phone or a laptop or computer. So that is a big problem, yeah.
Yeah,
And
so
growing,
accessibility is a growing problem. I mean, as you would be aware, there's been a range of reviews and inquiries into the news media sector over the past decade, and ACCC Digital Platforms Inquiry was just one of those. In your view, and from a remote perspective, has the government done enough to arrest the ongoing decline in regional media?
I would definitely have to say no, that there is definitely a lot of scope to do more. One, in terms of connectivity, and then two, there is the whole issue of content and who's going to having enough resources there to fund the content. So that's that would be very, very useful. I think Ards Radio is good, but radio is radio, so it's also good to think about as something you can look at. Or even if it's visual or audio links, be able to access that whenever someone wants to.
So you're saying that there's kind of two problems that are coupled together. One is the accessibility because of connectivity, and then the other part of that is the resourcing required for content, particularly local content.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And I just wanted to ask, has the media in East Arnhem, in your experience, have they benefited or been able to access the scholarships or cadetships provided by the government, or any of the direct funding under the Regional and Small Publishers Innovation Fund, or Public Interest News Gathering Fund, or revenue under the News Media Bargaining Code?
I mean, I'll be quite honest, I'm not aware of those things. And so I wouldn't be able to, I'm not sure who's been able to access that or otherwise, but I still think a broader issue is having a structure where someone can, in an organisation or some capacity, where whoever it is can do that work, would be only one or two people who could be employed gainfully to do like an independent journalist role, to produce local content.
Yeah, no, it is, you're, in terms of the capacity, and it seems to be that problem is amplified the more remote that you are in the community that you're serving. That's all from me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. None? Okay, I will go back. Has the council itself considered providing a local news service?
Look, we have so many needs to meet, and we do even more than local government do so much around Australia, and up here I think we do probably realistically even more, like things like providing children's services, supporting reg, age disability, community patrols, major infrastructure. So we've got a pretty full plate.
Yeah.
And so to be realistic, we try to do well at what we're doing and expand those range of local government and related community services and development, plus engagement with both levels of government on advocacy of a very wide range of issues.
What's your academic or education facilities? I know you said you've got around 10,000 people. What institutions are there? Have you got any tertiary institution?
Yeah, there is a Flinders University a facility attached to the hospital relating to medical training. To be honest, I'm not quite sure what type of training there, but that's good. There's also Bachelor Institute, which is based out of south of Darwin, for many years has had an outlet here. And there's vocational training that can be done in town. But in terms of post high school, people need to generally go to Darwin or Cairns or somewhere else. For that, you could, I suppose, do remote learning. Charles Darwin University is getting more and more organised with remote learning and improving everything it's doing. That's what I know.
So even if a cadetship program, for example, if the federal government funded a cadetship program for journalism, the issues that you've described are that you don't actually have a facility or an institution that is providing any at this point in time. Like if you start from the ground up, there are several issues that need to be addressed before that would be even useful, I imagine.
Well, look, I think, the cadetship idea actually could get traction. I don't overstate there's no news. I mean, the ARDS Radio is a really good organisation, and the local radio station, and I've actually looked here, did a little bit of research, but from the Arafura Times when it was wound up, one of their journalists, I think, made a comment and commentary observation that if there was enough money raised through, say, Facebook, or it could be other ways, that social media could work linked to the radio station. So it's a structure, an organisation, and it's based on volunteers. But if there was any funding, maybe that cadetship could be embedded there. And or with arts, one of those two.
So does the radio actually have its own social media platform or a website?
I haven't, not that I'm aware of. That's that'd be beyond what their role is. Actually, so one other comment, if I can, last thing I didn't cover is, and our Director of Technical and Infrastructure Services raised this for me, is whatever happens, it'd be really, really essential that bomb, and Bureau of Meteorology and other seasonal advice of cyclones and other weather events, flooding, etc., particularly cyclones and flooding. It should be made available somehow to people through to communities, including, wherever they're happening in other parts of the NT in Australia, because people travelling there or family there and so on. So just as a fundamental right to have that information, wanted to make that point. If there's some way that can be done technically, that can go through to people's phones and other devices, then that would meet a great need. Because at the moment we sort of have more basic emergency management. We participate with police, chief ministers, and so on. And we'll use our PA systems, say council public announcement systems in each community, say through COVID or cyclones or what have you. So that would be the actual link to BOM, and the alerts and the warnings would be very important in terms of people's safety.
Well, you've raised some very interesting. We haven't heard your evidence, anything like your evidence before, and the remoteness that you speak from, and the lack of journalism at all is really quite concerning. So thank you for your attendance here today. If the committee has any further questions, they'll be put to you in writing. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. If we could get you to send those back, should they occur, by Friday evening this week, 4th of March at close of business, we'd appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. We're waiting for... Oh, no, we're good. I now call on representatives from the Public Interest Publishers Alliance to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? Sorry, you're on mute, Mr. Gibbons.
Okay, now I am audible, I hope?
Yes, you are.
Excellent. My name is Lawrence Gibbons. I am appearing in the capacity as co-chair of the Public Interest Publishers Alliance, PIPA. And I'm joined also by Anita McInnes, who is our regional rural media spokesperson. We're small publishers in our real lives.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you very much. I am here, as I stated, as the representative for the Public Interest Publishers Alliance. We're a group of 22 small and medium-sized publishers. We come from all corners of Australia. We are regional rural publishers. We are multicultural publishers. We represent LGBTQI titles and a variety of niche titles that cover everything from global warming on to the property market and nonprofit concerns. The PIPA, which is how we refer to the Public Interest Publishers Association from now on, PIPA was formed by a group of publishers who had gone through the arduous, painful process of getting listed on the ACMA register, which was set up when the bill was created to designate people to collectively to bargain with Facebook and Google. Anyway, we as small business people, we struggled to find the time to get on that register. We got on the register, we sent off letters, we sat around, we waited, and nothing happened. And so we very quickly came to the realization, I should say slowly came to the realization that we needed to join forces to make something happen. So we then, several of us started the process of forming a group, herding cats, talking to other publishers, forming a group. Once that happened, we were advised by the ACCC that our best and only option would be to collectively bargain under a new bargaining code that had been set up by the ACCC, and we were incredibly grateful that the ACCC gave us this advice. After that, we were approached by a representative of the Minderoo Foundation who offered to represent us in collective bargaining. So once all of that happened, we finally were taken seriously by the tech companies. And I might say that that's a lot of work for small publishers to go through to even get to the table in the first place. Once we were there, we've had a series of conversations with Google, which basically have gone back and forth. Some of the members of PIPA have been lucky to get deals. Others have not gotten deals. And I suppose one of our concerns has simply been that that Google has decided that that half of our members are not public interest publishers, even though they're on the ACMA register. So basically, the market imbalance that the Act attempted to address really hasn't been addressed, and Google is deciding who is and isn't a public interest publisher, who will and won't get deals. Facebook, on the other hand, has not talked to us at all. They referred us to a grant program administered by the Walkley Foundation. We attempted to get information about the grant to find out if taking money from the grant would preclude us from getting content details. Facebook referred us to the Walkley Foundation. The Walkley Foundation told us that the terms of the grant that they were giving out were commercial in confidence, which just is extraordinary. But the bottom line is that we still don't know whether or not taking those grants would mean that we could not get deals in the future. And I might also say that for small independent publishers, grants really aren't helpful because they're very directive in terms of what you can and can't do. They don't put operating cash into your business. They don't allow you to add on journalists. They don't allow you to underwrite operating costs. They tell you you need to go out and do certain projects in addition to running your business to satisfy those terms. At the end of the day, and in conclusion, Rod Sims, the head of the ACCC, got it right when he said that the collective bargaining code has had the unfortunate impact of reinforcing market imbalances in the Australian media landscape, basically making a few big media players richer and shutting out the rest of us from even getting a deal. As the committee would be aware, Australia has long been the most monopolistic, anti-competitive media landscape in the free world. A handful of corporations control the lion's share of dissemination of information. The grants have gone to those people, and in our submission, there are really sad stories of small regional public publishers competing against these big chains, doing it tough, and really all we need is cash on the table. Thank you for your time.
Very interesting. Thank you very much. Can I just get you to clarify for me that Facebook were not prepared to negotiate with you, but sent you to the Walkley Foundation for grants? Is that Walkley Foundation grant process what Facebook is putting money into as their component of the media bargaining code, or is it something else altogether because they didn't want to negotiate?
I have no idea because they don't talk to us. I could only speculate. I'm assuming that it's a Trojan horse that they've put up so that they don't have to put money into the code. as the committee would be aware, they did fewer deals than Google, and when they got down to doing deals with SBS and Conversation, they pulled up the drawbridge and refused to do any more deals. So if they won't do a deal with SBS, Pippa really doesn't like our chances right now.
No, we did hear that evidence a little earlier. You have very well explained your engagement with the News Media Bargaining Code. I'm not going to go there. What Google have explained to you that some of your members do not have an agreement because they're not considered public interest publishers, correct?
That's correct.
Do you think that's justifiable?
Well, as I said, the publishers that they are refusing to consider public interest publishers have been accredited by ACMA as public interest publishers. They've gone through the process. They've provided the government with the paperwork and have ticked all the boxes to the satisfaction of the Australian government. Do I think it's reasonable that Google is making definitions separate from the Australian government? No, I think it's completely onerous.
It would seem so. So what barriers do the registration process present to small publishers, and what can be done to remove them, in your opinion?
Well, my experience running two small publishing companies was this. First off, I had to go to accountants to get all of my financial information because there was a financial threshold test, right? Now, the idea of providing that information to the government for the sole purpose of proving I'm a public interest publisher seemed onerous to start with. Then, after I pulled together all of that information, I had to fill in the form. Then I had to demonstrate that I had a transparent complaints process. In the interest of, I might say I published two titles. I should disclose to the committee what they are. They're the Star Observer, which is Australia's oldest and largest LGBT publication, and the City Hub, which is a 27-year-old independent inner-city newspaper in inner Sydney, which is basically the last independent media outlet of its sort here. And both are still printed in hard copy and are distributed digitally. So anyway, when I applied, City Hub was allowed on the register. The Star Observer was told that we couldn't get on the register because we didn't have a transparent complaints process. When I asked why that was, and I probed, I found out that it was because the City Hub was the City Hub was a member of the Australia Press Council, but I had not applied for the Star Observer to be a member of the Press Council. So $1,500 later, I was admitted to the Press Council, and I was allowed on the ACMA register, which again is incredibly onerous, and I'm not going to spend the committee's time here giving my opinions on the Australia Press Council, because that's something we can talk about on a rainy day.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbons. I would remind you that we are dealing with regional newspapers too, so any information you have on that. I'm going to hand to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Gibbons, for appearing today and for your submission. I wanted to just, if I could quickly, just go back to the role of ACMA, and I know you've covered some of this in your comments so far, but your submission states that Pippa members are confused by the role of the ACMA in registering news publishers. Can you kind of explain this a bit more for me, please?
Well, sure. I mean, I went through this process of filling in all of this paperwork, providing all of this information, disclosing financial information, joining the Press Council, blah, blah, blah. And then at the end of that amazing process, I found out that even though I was on the register, it meant diddly squat because the treasurer had not designated Google or Facebook under the Act. Therefore, the register is meaningless. And what I was told by ACMA was that I had a front row seat in the game, if the treasurer designated. And I said, that's great. I got tickets to a stadium without a game. And I'm sitting in the front row of an empty stadium. I feel really, really excited by it. So yeah, it's been a frustrating process for us, and a lot of the publishers on the list didn't understand that the fine print was that the treasurer needed to designate for any of this to mean anything.
Okay, and I just wanted to quickly clarify as well about, because I couldn't quite follow it, about PIPA members being eligible for Facebook funding via the fund being administered by the Walkley Foundation, and I know you've discussed this with the chair already.
Sure. So what it is that Facebook is refusing to collectively bargain or to negotiate with any additional publishers, and when they're contacted, they refer publishers to a Walkley grant program, which is an annual program which deadlined in November, and the second round will be in November again, and that's where they refer us.
Okay, and just one more question, if I may, Chair. I'm mindful of time. In February, the Minister announced $10 million for a cadetship program with the eligibility criteria to be released in April. What news, in your view, what newspapers should be able to access this funding, and should outer metro and independent publishers get this kind of initiative?
Well, may I actually offer to give this question to Anita McInnes, our regional and rural spokesperson, because I know that this is that additional journalistic support is a topic dear to her heart.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Gibbons.
Anita?
Hi, it's Anita from Yanchep News Online. Yes, I think all regional publishers would really like to be able to have more access to being able to employ more journalists. In my situation, I can't even apply for some grants or anything because I don't have the required number of journalists. But as a small business, I'm still struggling to support myself, let alone all the extras that I would need for another journalist, even getting a grant.
Thank you. That's all from me, Chair, unless there's time to come back later.
Thank you. Mr. Zimmerman, and then we'll go to Mr. Gorman if he's on.
Thank you very much both for your contribution so far today. Just very quickly, doing a quick Google now, the Walkley Foundation Fund is one that is funded by Facebook to the tune of $5 million a year, which I assume is their way of trying to compensate for not dealing with small publishers. But I was wondering whether any of your members actually have had success with the Walkley Foundation.
To the best of my knowledge, no. I think that most of our members decided not to apply because it was not clear to them that by taking that money they could still do a deal.
Okay.
Right, and the Walkley Foundation would not disclose that. And the other thing, if I may, is that grant, as we understand it, is a one-off payment, not a recurring payment, and the grant is only for projects. It's very directed. It must go to third parties, as we understand it. So it doesn't, like in the instance of Anita in Yanchep, who needs a journalist. They won't pay her for a journalist.
Yeah.
They'll give her money to improve her website, and she can go find someone in the big smoke of Perth who can help her do a website. But that may not be what her business needs.
But the concept, though, I'm interested in your thoughts about it. Maybe the Walkley Foundation is not the best avenue, but the concept of the big media company, social media companies paying effectively a lump sum each year to cover small publishers rather than attempting to negotiate individually or collectively, as your case would allow. Do you think that and as I say, the Walkley Foundation mightn't be the right vehicle, but do you think that model is a reasonable one?
Honestly, if there's money on the table, we would happily take it, no matter how it happened, right? I mean, our issue is that and as you know, as Anita's laid bare, it's very hard for us as small independent operators to get money from government advertising, to get money from, I mean, that goes to local councils, to state, to federal government. So we don't get any of that. But yes, if there were some sort of a fund for small independent publishers that came through from the tech companies and that was fairly and equitably available without barriers and without too much onerous paperwork, of course, we'd love it. We'd happily take it.
Thank you.
Mr. Gorman, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your evidence this afternoon. I just wanted to ask a bit more about working conditions for journalists and where you see that heading over the next sort of 5 to 10 years. We've spoken a lot about the welfare of media organisations. And one of the things that struck me from the evidence we heard a bit earlier was talking about people leaving the profession of journalism because of costs or other factors. I'd be interested in your thoughts on basically under current policy settings, where do you see the working conditions and the quality of journalism jobs being, I guess, now, in 5 years' time, and in a decade?
Barrett, I might begin by saying that we are small businesses, and that as such we do not have the luxury of hiring full-time staff in many instances. We rely on citizen journalism, we rely on student contributions, we rely on our own sweat and blood. Anita, why don't you tell them your sad story?
Yes, I cover 2 local government areas, so I really have enough work to probably employ a full-time journalist as well as someone part-time. But financially, we just don't get the advertising. We don't get any advertising support from all levels of government. I've had no federal government advertising, no state government advertising. A little bit of local government advertising from one local government, none from the other. And increasingly, local governments and businesses are all going on social media. So it's extremely difficult. I see that it's going to be very, very hard for most businesses or most media businesses to offer journalism jobs. It's going to be really hard to find journalism jobs in the future. Like yesterday, the West Australian editor was talking about the impact on their rural, regional publications. I've actually worked at a couple of those, and it was tough back then, but I think it's going to get even tougher. And they were one of the few offering journalism students a chance. Right now, the only thing I can do is offer, say, Curtin students an industry placement, which goes for about 10 weeks, and I don't have to pay them anything. The university pays for their insurance. All I have to do is try and have the time to, go with them, say, if they haven't been to council meetings, or just give them some sort of start, then help them sub the work, all of those kind of things. But I can't give them a job, even if I really want to give them a job.
And that's the way and I might say that is the way our business, our industry is trending, less and less and less for niche publishers who are forced basically to do it off of our own sweat equity and on the contributions of people who are quite frankly underpaid. And that's the lifeblood of democracy, right?
And just to extrapolate a bit more about what you say around your members, obviously, yes, where they are often the publisher and they are the single writer or journalist for that particular publication. Do you see that that's the trend that we're going to see with some of the other mastheads that we've been speaking to over the last 2 days, that that's going to be the only sustainable model for them?
I sure hope not. I mean, I cry for the country if that's where things are heading. But I mean, I should say that, you know, the two title masters that I publish are, one is 42 years old and the other is 27 years old, and each of them would easily have employed, 5 to 10 journalists, and now everyone is part-time freelance and and contributing because of love, passion, or because they want the experience, or because, quite frankly, they're semi-retired and cranky baby boomers.
Thank you for comments on those questions, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your attendance here today. If the committee has any further questions, they will be put to you in writing. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. If you could please return any comments that you have by close of business on Friday the 4th of March, we would appreciate it. I now call representatives from Free TV and Win Corporation to give evidence for the Hansard record. Would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon. My name's Bridget Fair. I'm the CEO of Free TV Australia.
Good afternoon. My name is Ross Mitchell. I'm Director of Broadcasting Policy, Free TV Australia.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Natasha Eves. I'm Regulatory Affairs Manager at Free TV Australia.
And thank you, Chair. I'm Broadcast Operations Manager at WinCorp.
Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion. And we might start with you, Mr. Jockey.
Actually, I'm going to hand over to Free TV to make the opening statement, if that's okay, Chair.
No worries at all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Look, we'll just make a few brief opening comments. Obviously, we're aware that the inquiry that we're appearing before today is primarily focused on regional newspapers. We don't publish newspapers, as our name would suggest.
Oh my God, I babbled, stumbled, and stammered, but I'm sure Google would have hated it.
Mr. Gibbons, you're still online. Thank you.
Brilliant. Yes, we Free TV represents commercial television broadcasters all over Australia, both metropolitan, regional, and also remote broadcasters. And of course, whilst print news is very important, television is the main way that most Australians do get their news across Australia, both in metropolitan areas, but also particularly in regional areas. And my members are the only people providing regional television news. So there is no other source of regionally focused television news for Australians other than Free TV members. So that's in particular the sort of regional broadcasters such as Win Corporation, Southern Cross, Prime, 7 Queensland, NBN, and I've left one out. But anyway, that's who they are. Look, my members produce over 35 local regional bulletins daily, as well as local news updates. And regional audiences watch about 2 hours of television every day. And over 85% of regional Australians would watch commercial television. So we're often the first ones on the ground covering local issues, and we're able to prioritise local information, making it more relevant to local audiences. In fact, I heard the Premier of New South Wales specifically mentioning one of my members this morning in his news conference with reference to the information that was being provided to people in the northern parts of New South Wales in the floods at the moment. Research has found that we are consistently the most relied on and trusted source of news for regional Australians. And we saw that emphasised in things like the pandemic, when we saw about 4.2 million regional Australians turn into commercial television news for trusted, verified information on the unfolding health crisis. And we see that regularly, particularly in times of crisis, but generally speaking. We've increased our news services in recent years across the board, so we don't just have evening bulletins anymore. We've obviously got morning television shows and afternoon editions, and of course the local bulletins that I've previously mentioned. And as well, local and regional broadcasters contribute to their local communities. They employ about 2,100 people, and in regional Australia, including large numbers of journalists and news staff, and they also support local businesses through sponsorships and making available free airtime. So we've got a couple of issues that we'd like committee to consider in the more broad context of thinking about regional news rather than just regional newspapers, and that those are specifically the first is that all commercial television broadcasters pay a tax for the use of their spectrum, and that tax is extremely high by international standards. It's about 7 times higher than the average that broadcasters pay across the board internationally, and in the case of, for instance, the United States, it's 50 times higher. And for regional broadcasters, that is a particular impost. Some broadcasters have said to me that the spectrum fees they pay represent about 20% of the profits that they make. So that's obviously a very significant payment. Now, the government has recently announced a 2-year extension to something called the transitional support payments, which rectified an even more egregious problem, which was that after the removal of television broadcast licence fees, regional broadcasters would have ended up paying even more for their spectrum tax than they had before the changes, and a piece of legislation was put through to rectify that. That was coming to an end, and the government has pleasingly announced that that transitional support package will be extended for 2 years, but most people in business know that you need certainty much more than a 2-year horizon, and so the first thing is that we think that support package should be made permanent, and the second thing is that the underlying cost of spectrum fees, which were to be reviewed within the 5-year period of their introduction, do need to be looked at as a fundamental cost to all broadcasters providing news. The second thing is there's a particular issue in remote communities. So remote broadcasting is even more challenged than regional broadcasting, and there are some particular issues for remote broadcasters. One of my members is in Parja. They are the only Indigenous-owned not-for-profit commercial broadcaster in the world. They are extremely challenged by current circumstances, as are other providers of remote broadcasting services, including WIN and Southern Cross. And the key issues for remote areas are that we need to look at whether we're going to continue providing the vast platform by satellite, because hundreds of thousands of people in remote Australia rely on that service to get their free television. And if they didn't have that, they probably wouldn't have anything, because they certainly don't have sufficient internet connectivity, and they're probably not being provided with regional newspapers because their communities are tiny. And there are some, particular challenges for remote broadcasters that may warrant some direct government intervention. So I'll just leave my opening comments at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm assuming, Mr. Jokic, you're just part of that. Thank you.
Part of the team, yes.
Thank you. Very interesting. I come from Mildura. That should hit a button with somebody from WIN TV, I would think, and free to air, because of course we have not had regional news services for since 2015. So we have been missing our local news for 7 years, and we are still absolutely feeling that gap. We love the station being there, gone now. So what I want to know is, has the ship sailed for regional areas like Mildura, which service 100,000 people, and we have no local news? I think that that is a real problem for the people, 41% that you talk about, who like to gather their news from television, free-to-air television. And so that's my question to you. Has the tide gone out? Has the ship sailed? Or is there a way for it to return?
Well, yes. Look, I'm happy to answer that. From a WIN perspective, we're certainly not saying the ship has sailed, but the way it stands at the moment, we're a business that relies on revenue. So with the revenue declining over the last 6 years by 20%, we have to make decisions. We have to make decisions that are going to allow us to protect our business, protect the users that we do, and it has to be viable. That's the bottom line.
So what assistance is needed for WIN, for Free TV, to come back to areas and provide local news, independent journalism? What is required? What measures need to be put in place? What business plan could be developed?
Well, for a start, it needs to be commercially viable. What it costs to run a newsroom in a regional market is significant, and we rely on the revenue from that market to actually make it viable. That's challenging, and it's not getting any easier. Assistance is always helpful. Ping funding was helpful to a point, but it didn't solve the ongoing challenge that regional broadcasters have in providing news services in regional Australia.
Chair, I'd just add to that. Look, I'm not privy to the precise business plans of my particular members, but I suppose and I understand the point that you're making about the issues relating to people in Mildura. What we are, I guess, trying to highlight is that there are challenges that have led to, in some cases, some services needing to be discontinued. And what we're wanting to focus on is how can we make sure that there isn't more of that in the future. I'm not sure that I'm in a position to say that people have got plans to reintroduce services that haven't proved to be commercially viable, but we are commercial broadcasters, as Jock has just said. We're funded by advertising, and so what we need to do is put in place the best possible structure to allow my members to continue to provide the important services that they do provide.
So on a parallel with regional newspapers, which of course is the discussion, it's the terms of reference that we have here, this is the very issue which has brought about the News Media Bargaining Code and the various other PING or the Regional Innovation Fund, anything that the government has put in place to assist regional newspapers in particular to stay alive, to stay present in their communities. Is there a need for that for regional televisions as well?
Well, I suppose there's a big difference there, isn't there? That news in regional newspapers is it's bread and butter.
I missed that. It's what?
For newspaper, it's news is their bread and butter.
Yes.
So providing news for the local market is their bread and butter. For a regional broadcaster, it's not our bread and butter. We do not make money from providing news services into regional Australia. That is not what we make. It costs us money. I will remind you, though, that WIN in particular provide much more news than what's legislated. We still we're still doing our best to provide as much news as what's commercially viable to us in those markets. In fact, we go beyond, to be honest. So it's a totally different business model. Our model does not rely on news to create revenue in regional Australia. So it's always going to be tough for government, I suppose, to ensure, well, to protect news services in regional Australia on broadcasters, because it's not our major source of revenue. So it's always going to come down to the commercial profitability and or viability.
So if I might take you up on that point, I would argue that regional newspapers, maybe their primary goal is for independent news as their part in the democratic process, which we all enjoy, but their revenue comes from advertising in the same way that yours does, surely.
Yes, our programming, that the affiliation deals we do with the primary networks, the revenue is associated with that programming, not necessarily with our regional or local news bulletins. Yes, there is revenue, but remembering we pay for that spot, that 30, in our case, we pay for that 30-minute spot twice. We pay through our affiliation agreement, where we pay for that half an hour with our affiliate partner. Plus, we actually cancel that out by producing our own 30-minute news bulletin in that spot as well. So we pay double for that 30 minute.
So just to elaborate on what Mr. Jokic is saying there, I think the distinction between the business model of commercial broadcasters and regional newspapers is that in a regional newspaper, obviously you've got a direct relationship between your revenue and journalistic output. In a commercial broadcasting sense, there is not that direct relationship. Your ability to fund your news production relies on you monetising across a whole slate of programming. So I suppose in answer to your question, Chair, on, well, what are the measures you need to underpin the viability of commercial broadcasting going forward, I would take us back a step and say, well, it's actually about all the things that we set out at the start. It's about making sure that your delivery platforms have got a secure and ongoing funding base for things like the vast network into remote areas. So making sure that your spectrum fees are actually in line with international best practice, that the transitional support payments that go to regional broadcasters aren't simply just a 2-year rolling Band-Aid solution, that they're locked in, so that regional broadcasters like Mr. Jokic can do their business planning based on a secure funding model. So I suppose that's why we're making the distinction between the funding of journalistic output in a commercial broadcasting sense as distinct from a regional newspaper.
Thank you. I'm going to hand to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your for appearing today. I just wanted to go to media reform, if I could. And it's been, I think, well over 2 years since Minister Fletcher went to Wagga Wagga for a symposium on regional media. I think it was in November 2019, where he was reported as saying the government is working on ways to deal with the pressures on regional media. In your view, or that the outlet that you represent, has the Minister achieved enough in the last 2 years when it comes to media reform?
Look, there's been some, developments that we certainly are pleased with as commercial broadcasters. I think some of those would have been announced prior to maybe that symposium, but the government has obviously significantly, the News Media Bargaining Code may not be as directly relevant in regional broadcast business planning as more generally, but it's been a very significant development in terms of commercial broadcasters in general, and so that's been very positive. There's been some review of the content quota system, and that's been positive. I think there's been some public interest news gathering grants. Again, I'm not sure whether that's pre or post November 2019. So there have been some, decisions made that definitely would benefit our sector. We also had the government, make some decisions during the pandemic to ensure that broadcasters were able to weather the storm of the pandemic, because obviously there were significant impacts on both the ability to produce programming and also to some extent advertising revenue. So those were all very positive. But specifically in terms of measures to directly support regional broadcasting and also remote broadcasting, I think that we would say that there does need to be more consideration given to those matters.
I might just take you then to the Minister's Green Paper response and note some industry disappointment, in particular the delay in regulating for prominence in anti-siphoning, as well as spectrum tax relief. You would have seen Miranda Ward's piece earlier in February in AFR saying the industry was underwhelmed and deeply disappointed. Does the ongoing delay on important matters of media reform threaten the provision of public interest journalism in your view, and if so, how?
Yes, it definitely does. These issues are now becoming quite urgent, particularly prominence and anti-siphoning. And really what we've seen is that things can change in the media very quickly, sometimes within a 12-month period. So in the case of prominence, what we're seeing is, global entities, either television manufacturers or people who provide operating systems in television. So these days, TVs aren't just a box that receives a signal. They're obviously, in fact, essentially a computer that you hang on your wall. So the person who controls the operating system in that piece of equipment controls to a large extent what information and what services people may have access to. So prominence is very important because what we're seeing is that the people who control the gateway, which to a large extent in Australia is largely going to boil down to Samsung and Google, are going to determine what services people can find easily. Now, of course, for my members, if services can't be found easily, and this applies both in metropolitan and regional Australia, then people are going to watch less of them because it becomes too hard if they're being funneled into, well, why don't you watch, a streaming service, or in the case of, Samsung, they're aggregating their own live TV service, which, is a completely different set of channels that are brought in from overseas. So these things are very important, and before they become too entrenched, we really need to act quickly. We've seen the UK government make very decisive statements that they are going to do something on this issue. It isn't an easy issue, but the government has very good form in terms of world-leading legislation around the media bargaining code, and there's no reason we can't tackle this issue similarly. In the case of the anti-siphoning list, this is an issue of public interest. Every Australian, no matter where they live or how much they earn, should be able to see their champions at the Olympics. They should be able to see who wins the grand final in the AFL. They should be able to, watch the race that stops the nation. These are iconic moments. They bring us together. They form part of the fabric of our society. That list expires on the 1st of April next year. It's not an easy thing to go through a whole review process and then get legislative change. So we really need things to happen more quickly than they are at the moment.
If I have time, Chair, I wanted to go quickly to the News Media Bargaining Code, if that's okay.
Yes, and then I'll go to Ms Bell.
Okay, thank you. The News Media Bargaining Code has assisted in getting some much-needed income to some news publishers, but it's not a silver bullet and wasn't intended to be. Are you concerned that the code is not providing much support to smaller regional newspapers? And are you concerned about the failure of Facebook to strike a deal with the SBS as a national broadcaster?
Firstly, we are, very supportive and grateful for the News Media Bargaining Code, which has made a significant difference overall. Is it absolutely perfect? Are there ways that the operation of the code could be improved? Yes, and that's evidenced by the fact I've got less visibility of regional newspapers, but certainly some of my regional members have not yet been able to strike deals with Google and Facebook. Some have deals with Google, but nobody in regional broadcasting has a deal with Facebook. So, these are things of concern. It's probably more at the doorstep of the companies themselves, I think, to have a bit of a look at their approach to these matters.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms Bell?
Thank you, Chair, and it's great to hear from Free TV Australia that you think that the media bargaining code is world leading and that the Minister for Communication and Arts is doing a great job. My question was around the sustainability of business models, because that's really what we're here to try and do, is find a way forward for regional newspapers in terms of the sustainability of their business model, and that's what I've been focusing on throughout these public hearings. I'd just like to hear from you your views on what you think could make local media organisations more sustainable in their business models, for their people, for their profitability as well, and of course for the planet, which is the 3 Ps of sustainability, right?
Sure. Well, obviously I've got limited ability to comment on how to sustain local newspapers. Mr Jokic might like to comment a bit further on specifically regional television news, but the issues that we have raised in our submission to this committee in relation to spectrum fees, in relation to considering a stable future for remote broadcasting, and more generally in the positions that we've put relating to prominence and anti-siphoning, all are essential to ensure that we have a strong local media sector and in particular a strong regional television broadcasting sector. So those would be the levers that I would pull if I were in the government to try to make sure that we still have local media and regional television news.
Is there any further detail you'd like to add to that in terms of going into that a bit more depth?
Well, Ms Bell, specifically on the prominence piece, I mean, there is no certain way to lose the public interest journalism component of public policy by having commercial news services hidden on modern TV sets. So for us to achieve our public policy goal of democracy enhancing journalism being found, is that we need to have it easily found on modern TV sets. So if you wanted to tick off the key public policy concern of commercial broadcasters, it's making sure that there's a framework that provides for TV channels and the BVOD services that sit behind them for metro broadcasters can be found on these sets. What we're finding at the moment is that you plug in your new shiny TV from the shops, and it is increasingly hard to find free services on those TV sets. And when you go and search for programming, consumers aren't being offered the free services first. So these are the issues that we would point to as needing to be addressed urgently to ensure that, yes, our business models are sustainable, that's key, but also that those public policy goals in terms of providing service to Australians can be achieved.
I think that's a very fulsome response, and I thank you very much for coming before the committee today, and pleased to hear that Free TV Australia is grateful for the media bargaining code. Thanks very much for your time today.
Mr Gorman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Free TV for your presentation this afternoon. This question of prominence I find interesting because I understand the problem that you're trying to address as televisions become more and more complex. But I think about the inquiry we're doing into regional newspapers, and I think, well, I don't know how we'd respond if the regional newspapers we've been speaking to came and said, we need to have the best position in the newsagent. We need to have the best position in the shop for our product. That it doesn't quite wash with me. And then I wonder if there was to be any action on prominence for free-to-air television, would free-to-air television be open to do anything to assist the regional newspapers that we're inquiring into, i.e. giving them some provenance and acknowledgement on your free-to-air networks in the regions?
Can I start by... Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. Jock needs to comment.
Okay, yes. Can I start by reframing the first bit of your suggestion there in terms of the analogy to a news agency? If I was to build on your analogy and say that the reason your local newspaper couldn't get a spot in the news agency was because a bunch of global huge magazines were coming in and buying up all the real estate that was available in the news agency and shunting all of your local public interest journalism newspapers down to the back of the shop, then you'd have a complete analogy. And that's what we're facing in TV, is that the free services, the regulated services that are actually required to be provided so that Australia can meet its communications policy, public interest goals, are now finding it very difficult to find the spot, simply because of the deals that are being done at a global level for that real estate. Jock, did you want to build on?
Thanks, Ross. Look, I'll reiterate as well, as a regional broadcaster, we're sort of doubly here because our affiliation, some of us have affiliation deals, and that actually our own industry comes over the top of us, is our own disruptor. As a regional as a regional broadcaster, we don't have an opportunity to go into the online space. We rely totally on the linear services we provide to regional Australia. So we don't have the opportunity to utilise the online services. So prominence to us is even more vital. If someone's going to turn on their television in regional Australia, we need for anyone to get any local content to provide their local cultural benefits of understanding what's happening next door. The only way we're going to continue to get that is if we get prominence on the screens, because it's going to be very difficult to compete against those shiny, bright, sparkly conglomerates that can just walk over the top of us. It's the only way people are going to get their local content, their local stories, their local, even their local program.
Just to your point about would commercial broadcasters support local newspapers, I just don't think that that's our role. I mean, my members...
Let me rephrase it in this sense. How does doing the policy prescription that you've put to us, how does it address the terms of reference that we're inquiring into around supporting regional newspapers, ensuring that they're sustainable for the long term?
Well, I guess it just creates that sort of local ecosystem for news and local advertising in traditional media. So, you want to see people still looking to their TV, radio and newspaper outlets as the places they want to advertise. And people tend to feed off each other a bit in terms of, stories and what have you, or they might work in one place and then move to another place. So, it has that knock-on effect. But, I mean, we're unashamedly here saying, look, regional newspapers are very important, but don't forget there are other sources of regional information that are equally, sometimes even if not more important, and that's the people I'm representing.
Yeah. Other areas I want to ask is, obviously we've seen some pretty a range of iconic and drastic reductions in free-to-air content. I think the recent example of Neighbours, sadly having its final sessions of shooting. Obviously, Here in Perth, we lost Channel 10 local bulletins last year, so just over a year ago. And in terms of where do you see, when do you see those reductions stopping? Are we just slowing down something that's inevitable through the sort of suggestions around prominence and other things, or is there a point that we'll reach a natural plateau of decline in these various services?
Well, from WIN's point of view, I'd love to see it plateau. At the moment, we're not seeing that. There's ebbs and flows. I think we've got to come to a point where we're not kicking the industry as a whole down the road because we're not making clear decisions on where the industry is going. At the moment, we're just in this hiatus of trying to work out where we're going. Well, we have a pretty clear direction of where we would like to go, but it's not all in our hands. And a lot of it's being kicked down the road. I'd like to see it plateau. At the moment, we take every year by year, and we make a decision on whatever we're doing when we're budgeting, when we're forecasting into the next year, and that's what we make decisions on. I'd love to see it plateau and that we could all settle into what it's going to look like. Then we would know what we need to continue on with. We're lucky in the sense that our revenue source isn't news. There's no doubt. Our revenue source is not our news. Our news is something that we think is right for the community and what we deliver to the community. So is there an end to it? I can't see one yet.
Can I just chime in there? I mean, firstly, I just want to quibble with something you said. I don't think we have seen drastic cuts to local production by commercial broadcasters. Obviously, Neighbours is, that it is an example of something that has reached the end of its life. That's happened to plenty of other programs in the past. We're not still watching Blue Healers or A Country Practice either. These things happen sometimes. It's always very sad when they do happen, but it isn't the end of Australian production. My members are legislatively required to provide 55% of Australian content. All their content between 6 a.m. and midnight is to be Australian on their main channel, and they regularly exceed that. In fact, they, on average, providing around 70% of content. Australian content is the heart of what we do. 20 out of the top 20 programs last year on Australian commercial television were Australian, and probably I can't remember how many of the top 50, but a goodly proportion of them. We are firmly committed to Australian content. We spend $1.6 billion every year on Australian content, which is far and away more than any other contributor to the sector. We're very proud of what we do. We want to keep doing it. We're investing in new ways of delivering our content to our audiences through BVOD services and the like. And we're seeing growth in the use of those services. So, my members certainly don't see that they have anything other than a strong future. It's certainly much more challenging in the regional sector, as you're hearing from Mr. Jokic. But, I don't think anyone's in business just to be running it out of town. We believe in the future. What we also want, though, from government is to make sure that in a highly regulated environment, which is the environment we operate in, that those regulations are set in the right way to set us up best for success. Because whilst we might all like to watch the odd thing on Netflix or whatever, you are not going to find out about the New South Wales floods on Netflix. You are not going to hear about the pandemic on Amazon Prime. In fact, if you'd only watched those services for the last 2 years, you might be very entertained, but you wouldn't have actually known that any of those things had occurred. You wouldn't know the Ukraine had been invaded. So, that's why local media is very important. That's why having the right regulatory settings are important. People are always going to quibble about whether there should be this program or that program. And that's, entirely a legitimate subject for debate. But we're very proud of what we do. We over-deliver on our regulatory requirements. We believe in the future, and we just want to get on with making our businesses as successful as they can be.
Thank you for those additional comments. I'll just note that the other service I referred to was the Channel 10 News here in Western Australia is no longer produced in Western Australia. It's produced in Sydney. I think that's just important putting on the record for Hansard, and that my constituents have noticed a decline in the quality of that product since that business decision, a legitimate business decision that can be made by Channel 10, but since that decision was made, there's been a decline in the quality of the product. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I thank you all for your attendance here today. If the committee has any further questions, they will be put to you in writing. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. If you could please return your responses by close of business on the 4th of March, we would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I will now suspend the hearing for 15 minutes. We will resume at 3:40. Thank you. And I call on representatives from the Australian Communications and Media Authority to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Kathy Rainsford, General Manager, Content and Consumer Division.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Rochelle Zernama, Executive Manager, Content Safeguards Branch.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you, Chair. We don't have an opening statement. We're happy to answer the committee's questions.
Lovely. Thank you. I do note in your submission that you haven't had a lot to do with regional newspapers until more recently in managing the News Media Bargaining Code, which has excited quite a bit of interest, you might imagine. There are many questions about it, and the second question is around the Regional Small Publishers Jobs and Innovation Package and the Innovation Fund, which was administered by you but changed to the PING. Have I got all that correct?
Yes, so certainly with the News Media Bargaining Code, the ACMA has a role, primarily to date that has been around the registration of news media businesses under the code, and we have a couple of other roles around establishing panels for arbitrators and mediators should they be needed under that scheme. In terms of the, we call it the Innovation Fund, we have now conducted 3 rounds of funding under that that program. Our authority to administer it comes to an end on 30 June next year. During the course of that period of time, some of the funding that was originally allocated to that fund was reallocated back and invested in the Public Interest News Gathering Fund administered by the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Services and Communications.
Thank you. Have you got any reflections on the operation of the News Media Bargaining Code following its introduction?
Just trying to think of how to come at that. I'd start by saying we do have a fairly limited role under it. Our role is to assess applications that have that are put to us to test whether or not those applications meet the legislative requirements. We've had, I think at last week, we'd received about 41 applications, which most of which have been assessed, a few of which are under assessment at the moment under that program. I think So I guess what I'm saying there is that we've had fairly limited experience, given the breadth of potential applicants under it, to reflect on here. And there has been a bit of learning through the process as we've received applications and worked with applicants around the type of information that we had asked for, refining that over time, refining our processes and looking for the most efficient ways we can process those applications to get people registered should they be eligible to do so. I think, so that's where we are in terms of registration at the moment. Just before Christmas, we opened an expression of interest process to seek people who would potentially be interested in being arbitrators or mediators under the code. We've received a few applications or EOI responses under that, and those are currently under assessment. So in part I'd say that it's reasonably early days in terms of our experience administering those fairly contained parts of the code here. And we will certainly be working with the Treasury, the ACCC and the Department on the statutory review that Treasury is leading into the code to make sure that our experience and what we're hearing from stakeholders is input to that. But it is reasonably early days from our administrative perspective, I guess.
We have had some evidence provided today from stakeholders who have found it very onerous. Small regional papers or publishers have found it extraordinarily difficult, and some have said that they have been advised to become, what's the word I'm looking for, a group who... the word will come to me. However, that you know what I'm talking about. They can combine together in order to make an application, and then they have found that Facebook are not prepared to communicate at all with them. Have you got any understanding for why this might be?
I don't think we've got too much to offer there. I think you've touched on, Chair, a few different aspects of the arrangements. So I think what you're talking about, or what those stakeholders were sharing with the committee there, was thoughts about getting approvals through the ACCC for group bargaining, if you like.
Yep.
And that is a process which the ACMA has no role in. It is between the relevant entities and the ACCC to seek those authorisations, which would then allow them to go and collectively, if you like, approach Facebook or Google to seek some agreements. Now, that can all happen, and indeed has been happening, without any requirement for those applicants to either register or engage with the ACMA in our processes.
So the registration process is not, I'm sorry, I probably should know this, but this is not a requirement in order to participate in the News Media Bargain Code, is that right?
It's not at this stage. In a sense, entities have always been, it's always been open to news entities to seek commercial agreements with Facebook or Google or any other digital platform in there. Under the code, registration has been available since the code passed the Parliament and received royal assent, which I think was March last year. The benefit of, or one of the key purposes of registration is that should a platform be designated under the code by the Treasurer, then that triggers arrangements whereby the registered entities are entitled to engage with the designated platform, and then depending on the outcome of their negotiations could trigger into mandatory mediation and arbitration processes. Now, to date, no platforms have been designated by the Treasurer, but for probably a range of reasons, a number of entities have sought to be registered through the ACMA onto the News Media Bargaining Code register.
Do you at the ACMA provide support for smaller potential applicants to grants programs more broadly?
No. The Innovation Fund is the only grants program that the ACMA is responsible for administering.
So I will reiterate that some of the stakeholders, and obviously there are others in submissions, have talked about how cumbersome the process is to register with the ACMA. When you say that streamlining has been going on, do you think that that's been effective? Somebody who applies tomorrow, are they going to find it more streamlined than last year? Has it, how much work has been done?
There's been, well, I'd say it's an ongoing process. So we've certainly over the course of the year updated our online application system to make sure that that is more accessible and streamlined for applicants. We did, we've more recently been involved in discussions with the commercial radio sector around ways in which we can make efficient the application process where they are seeking to have registered, if you like, news programs that sit in a broader stream, because that felt like it was a bit cumbersome, and I think we've come to a good landing on that. We do have mechanisms whereby we can get feedback from applicants, and largely, I think to date we've certainly sought to work with applicants bilaterally in order to try and, like, where we may have hit hurdles around what information we've asked for or the ease of getting to us, to try and find the most efficient way to do that. And heading into the statutory review, I think we'll probably do some more systemic reflection on how that's gone and whether there are any both improvements we might see to the legislative structure that would assist with that process. But alongside that, of course, we're always looking at our administrative practices and systems to make sure they are as efficient as they can be in light of the legislative tests that we have to apply in our administration of that registration process.
Okay, thank you. Look, I might move on to one more question. Is the definition of regional area and regional news still fit for purpose?
I think I'll check with my colleague, Ms. Zernheimer. I don't recall that there is a definition of regional news or area for the purposes of the News Media Bargaining Code. Is that your understanding, Rochelle?
I'm not aware of that, Kath. Yes, that's right.
But in terms of the ping, the criticism of ping has been, of course, that regional news has been provided by big players in the cities as opposed to smaller and, let's face it, questionably viable smaller regional newspapers.
So I'm unable to comment on the ping program because that's administered by the department, and I expect my colleagues may be able to answer that later.
No worries at all. Thank you. I'll move to the Deputy Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to ACMA for appearing today. I just wanted to start with, I understand that ACMA administered the Regional and Small Publishers Innovation Package. Did the ACMA review or evaluate this program or contribute to the evaluation of this program in any way? Was the scholarship cadetship element of the package successful? If so, why and how? Was the funding element of the package successful? And do you have any observation on ACMA's administration of the package itself and any lessons learned?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Might start by, certainly out of the 2017 media reform packages, there were three, if I remember correctly, three components of funding. There was the Innovation Fund package we administer, and then separately there was a scholarships and I think a cadetship package that was done, which were administered by the department at that time. So the ACMA is unable to comment on sort of processes to evaluate or success of those other two programs. In terms of the small and regional, the Innovation Fund, which we've administered, what I'd say is we've run three rounds of that program now. At various points over that period, we have done sort of internal reviews of the effectiveness of our administration of that program, and through that process have identified efficiencies which we have then actioned to in terms of the following round, if you like. We've also, through stakeholder feedback and our experience of administering the program, identified efficiencies. Some of those, or sometimes efficiencies, and sometimes in looking at how the program guidelines resulted in what grants got made and the like, we've used our learnings from, for example, the first round to feed into the design of the program guidelines that were put out in the second round. And likewise, we've taken the learnings from the second round and fed those into the third round. So just as an example of that, in the very first round that was run, there was a very strong emphasis in the program guidelines around innovation, and that was one of the factors when we looked at the outcome of that round that we thought probably contributed to the result where we didn't get as many successful applications for the funding we had available at that time. That then contributed to an evolution into the second round guidelines where the focus shifted more to sustainability of businesses. Likewise, over the course of those rounds, the shift has moved between a balance between regional and metropolitan grants through to the second round, which was exclusively focused on regional publishers. And then the most recent round was again a balance, but weighted heavily towards the bulk of the funding being directed to regional publishers.
So I might just then go on, if I may, to the cadetship program. Just last month in February, the Minister announced $10 million for a cadetship program with the eligibility criteria to be released in April. Is the ACMA having any input into the development of eligibility criteria for this funding? And will the ACMA have a role in administering this funding?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. No, I understand that program will be administered by the department, who will therefore be responsible for the design and the administration of that program.
Deputy Chair, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Yeah, sorry. I just had one more question, if I may, Chair.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. The ACMA is responsible for registering news media publishers under the News Media Bargaining Code. How many publishers are now registered? And of these, how many have been successful in getting revenue from the digital platform under the rubric of the News Media Bargaining Code?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. So, in terms of the statistics, as at the 25th of February this year, we'd received 41 applications to register news media bargaining businesses. We'd completed our assessment on 35 of those. From them, 28 were found eligible and have been registered, and 7 of those were found to be ineligible against the criteria set out in the legislation. The remaining 6 are still under assessment at the moment. In terms of the second part of your question, we don't have any visibility. We've got no oversight or sort of registration or recording role around whether or not becoming registered has resulted in those registered entities finalising any deals with the digital platforms.
Chair, just if I may, I've just got one last quick question. Does the ACMA maintain a list of newspapers in Australia? And if not, why?
We don't have a comprehensive list of newspapers in Australia. What we do maintain as one of the many media registers we are responsible for is what's called the Associated Newspaper Register. So we're required to hold that under provisions in the Broadcasting Services Act, and it records newspapers, so that's limited to print newspapers within the definition of the Broadcasting Services Act, for the purposes of, where they meet certain criteria, which means those papers are relevant to an assessment of the media control rules in commercial television or radio licence areas. So it is a subset, and it is limited to print newspapers which meet certain criteria as set out in the BSA.
Chair, with your indulgence, can I just ask a quick follow-up on that?
Yes, certainly.
What research does the ACMA have to inform understanding of regional news media production and consumption?
We don't have any particular, remit or responsibility for doing that work. Of course, to the extent that that touches on the administration of our role around media control and diversity rules in the BSA, we get certain data that could be relevant to the that question that you've posed. Separately, the ACMA does undertake a research program under the authority of our broad remit as set out in the ACMA Act. I'm not aware of any particular research in recent years which would specifically go to that question, but I'm happy to take that question on notice and check with research colleagues as to whether there's anything on our books that might be of relevant to the committee.
Thank you. I would be grateful. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms Bell has a couple of questions, I believe.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you all for being here today with the committee. As the Australian Communication and Media Authority, can you outline what positive impacts the News Media Bargaining Code and the Regional and Small Publishers Innovation Fund, which is $50 million over 3 years in 2018-19 and beyond, has delivered? And I note that you've had 3 rounds that you've administered, and you said that the effectiveness of the administration has been improved and that the program guidelines have been improved. So I'm thinking that you're in a position to sort of outline how these funds have actually helped regional publishers.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think the first part of your question was about the News Media Bargaining Code. Given the very narrow or constrained remit the ACMA has, I don't think we're in a position to comment on how that scheme overall has met its policy objectives. I think that's a question probably for the Treasury, given its responsibility for the News Media Bargaining Code. In terms of the Innovation Fund, over the course of the 3 rounds we've run, we have awarded we've awarded total grants of almost $17.5 million to 101 grantees across 134 different grant projects. Now, all of the projects or all of the grants from the first round have been completed. Most of the grants from the second and third rounds have been completed, but some of those grants are still ongoing. We were able to extend some of them as a result of some changes to our authorising legislation that passed through the Parliament in June last year. The relevance of that is that for the second and third rounds, we have made it a grant requirement that following the grant finalisation, the grantee provides us with an evaluation report with their reflections on how that grant and those activities have contributed to the outcomes. And when those are all in, we will reflect on overall what that has meant. In terms of, I guess, lessons to date and in particular reflections on the first round of grants, we've seen a range of outcomes reported by grantees, including the grant funding contributing to new revenue streams, including subscription streams and increased reader engagement. An expansion of service offerings such as videos and podcasts, new employment opportunities within the businesses, and expansion of public interest journalism into new markets and audiences. Now, of course, what that looks like in terms of individual grantees will differ, given the quite diverse things that they were funded for under there. But that I hope gives a bit of a flavour of some of the overall themes in terms of the outcomes that funding has contributed to.
It sounds like some of those outcomes certainly have contributed to sustainability of business. When you're talking about new revenue streams, that's the very lifeblood of businesses continuing. And of course, employment opportunities all adds to our record low unemployment rate at the moment as well. So it sounds like this particular fund has been very useful in helping these small players in our media market to create a sustainable business model moving forward. I just have one more question, Chair, if that's okay.
Yes, I might get you to ask it and put it on notice, please.
Certainly. In submission 42, the Australian Community Media has recommended that ACMA be given discretionary powers to assess the number and quality of voices in the market rather than applying the 4 independent media operator rule. Does your organisation have a view on this suggestion?
Thank you. I'll get you to take that on notice. Mr. Gorman.
I'm happy to put both of these on notice. I'll just read them in.
Thank you.
In August 2020, Labor senators requested a list of local government areas without coverage by a single local newspaper from the department. It took the department some 18 months to provide that information. One of the reasons was that the data held by the ACCC was first collected for the purpose of the Digital Platforms Inquiry under notice, which precluded them from sharing it. So my question with that background is, does the ACMA have any reciprocal arrangements in place with the ACCC that would enable you to collect that data and be sharing that data to make it more easily available for parliamentarians, both this committee and others? And my second question also goes to data collection, which is the submission from the Public Interest Journalism Initiative made a submission to this inquiry, including the recommendation that the government needs to make a long-term investment in core sector data to measure and monitor the health of the public interest journalism across the nation. This is a limited life initiative that will obviously stop existing in the near future. Public Interest Journalism Initiative is looking to transfer different parcels of that intellectual property. Has the ACMA made any preparations to be the recipient of any of that data? And would you need any legislative change to be, or additional funding to be able to take on both the data and some of the ongoing work that is clearly needed to ensure a free, fair and healthy media in Australia? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gorman. Thank you for your attendance today. If the committee has any further questions, you certainly have some on notice. They will be put to you in writing. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. If you could please return both answers and any edits to or corrections to the transcription by Friday, 4th of March at close of business, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
I now call representatives from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission to give evidence for the Hansard record. Would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Tom Loyner, Executive General Manager of the Mergers, Exemptions and Digital Division at the ACCC. Thank you.
I'm sorry, you're in mute. No, we haven't got your voice, and I just don't lip read that well. Sorry.
I can give you Ms. Reader's details while she...
Sorry, Chair, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Apologies for that, Chair. It's Kate Reader. I'm the General Manager of the Digital Platforms Branch.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
We are very happy to go direct to questions. Thank you.
Thank you. There are questions I just asked the ACMA that are suitable for you, fortunately. The News Media Bargaining Code, I am wondering if you can give a reflection on the rollout of the News Media Bargaining Code. That would be a good place to start.
We do think it's been a significant success. We know, many deals have been struck because of the existence of the code. If it weren't for the code, we don't think those deals would have been struck. We don't have a monitoring function in relation to the exact dollar quantum of those deals, but our strong sense based on our sort of preliminary analysis is it's 200 million upwards potentially. Now, in relation to regional media, which I know is of great interest here, again, we can't sort of separate out the money that's gone to regional and non-regional, but we do know players like Country Press Association. Many of their members, I understand around 60, have now got a deal that will see them receiving money from Google, and I understand there's also deals for many of those members with Facebook as well. So at least some of that money, we don't know what proportion is flowing to regional media. But it's important to recognise that the bargaining code, in essence, is there as a threat. Until parties are actually designated by the Treasurer, it's only that threat there that's sitting over Google and Facebook that is encouraging them to do these commercial deals. So until designation actually happens, most of the code doesn't really come into effect. Happy to expand on any elements of that. Thank you.
My understanding is that the Treasurer was hoping that this would be a free market decision, if you like, wisdom on the part of the media platforms to engage in a market decision with those who are providing independent journalism on the ground. And he's hoping, my understanding is, and I may be completely wrong, that he's hoping that the designation doesn't actually have to take place.
Well, I mean, the good thing about the designation not taking place is that these are commercial deals struck between two entities. But I do think the threat of that...
Oh, that's very unfortunate. Ms. Reader, do you know what he was about to say?
I'll do my best, Chair. Yes, I think it's correct that we were always hoping, and as part of the digital platforms inquiry, we were encouraging the parties to come to commercial agreement. I think we recognised as part of that process that some of the smaller players would in fact struggle in those negotiated environments, and that's why the code specifically provided for a sort of a collective bargaining framework. Outside of the code, because no one is designated, the Commission has agreed to allow for collective bargaining, and I think I understand more recently that Minderoo has applied as part of that process, and because it's below a certain threshold, it's automatically been granted authorisation to engage in collective bargaining.
Yes, we've certainly heard from stakeholders today about that collective bargaining process. It is concerning, given our terms of reference are about small regional players. The actual definition of regional, whether it's the small papers, the small news media interests in regional areas, are effectively competing with some of the bigger players such as News Corp out in the regional areas. Have we got our definition of regional correct, regional news? I see you are back. Thank you, Mr. Lauder.
My apologies. I'm not sure what happened there. Apologies, Chair. Ms. Reader, do you want to take that question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It is an interesting question. I don't think we specifically looked in the digital platforms inquiry about, the definition of regional and metropolitan. I think we just took the local government areas kind of as broadly the basis of understanding the distinction between regional and metropolitan.
Because it has come out new, I hope you will be able to give me some advice about Ping and the dissatisfaction of small regional players who did not benefit from Ping, and I've certainly got some in my own electorate, and are very unhappy about the larger players being able to reap the reward of the Ping. Have we got that wrong? Did we have the settings incorrect? What can be done?
I don't know if we can comment on the Ping funding, which was, I think, administered by the ACMA. That was the Department of Infrastructure's program, so the ACCC didn't have any direct involvement in that program.
Okay, thank you. I will ask them. So what is I've asked you about your reflection on the News Media Bargaining Code. Where to from here? Do you think the designation is the next step, that it needs to happen?
Well, thank you. You've heard my chair at the ACCC, Rod Sims, talk about the dissatisfaction with Facebook not doing a deal with SBS and the conversation. So, look, ultimately, designation is obviously a matter for the Treasurer. The Treasurer has two criteria. They have to be satisfied there's a bargaining imbalance, and then they look at the contribution to the media sector. I don't have that's not the exact words, but that's the essence. Facebook don't do those deals, and perhaps some deals. But the point I would just make is that
I'm sorry, we're losing your audio. Maybe if you turn off your video and say all that again.
Apologies, is that clearer?
I hope so, yes.
So I've lost my train.
No, we're still losing your audio, which is odd. I'm just wondering whether we might be better to have you call in. Would that be a better alternative? Perhaps if you can telephone in?
I'll try. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so what I might do is go to the Deputy Chair with any questions, and just so that you understand, Emma, that Ms. Reader is online, and we hope that we will have Mr. Lerner in shortly.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for all of your understanding with the different technologies that we're working with today. Well, I might just start then, but is that okay, Chair?
Yes. Yep.
Yep. Okay. Thank you for your submission. Since the final report of the Digital Platforms Inquiry, there have been reports of further news media contracts and closures, as well as some green shoots, but a decline overall. I'll just take you to the MEAA report that says, since the start of 2020, more than 100 regional and community newspapers ceased printing, most of them owned by News Corp or Australian Community Media, and commercial broadcasters capped back their staff, bureaus, bulletins and coverage. This is on top of the 106 local and regional papers that closed over the previous decade. In your view, is the crisis facing regional news getting better or worse? And if so, why?
Ms. Reader, did you hear that question?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Look, it's a bit difficult for us to comment given the inquiry finished in 2019 and we don't continue to have a role in this space. We're not collecting data. But I do understand from the PIGI data, which I understand PIGI appeared earlier, that there has been a continued decline in the number of media outlets, particularly in regional areas. And based on the work that we've done previously and that PIGI data, it would seem to suggest that it's an ongoing trend in terms of the numbers of reductions.
Okay, I might then just take you to the final report of the ACCC Digital Platforms Inquiry, which found that public broadcasters are not currently resourced to fully compensate for the decline in local reporting previously produced by traditional commercial publishers. The ABC and SBS have since announced deals with the digital platforms under the News Media Bargaining Code, but haven't disclosed the quantum. In the ACCC's understanding that these deals will be enough, is it the ACCC's understanding that these deals will be enough to compensate for that decline in local reporting, or will only go some way? Or in other words, does the revenue now flowing to the ABC and SBS fix the problem of the under-provision of journalism in regional and remote Australia, or just allay it?
I don't know if we know the answer to that because, I mean, as I'm sure you've heard from other participants, they're all commercial deals, so we don't know the extent of the funding that was provided. And I'm not in a position to comment whether or not that's going to arrest the decline or not. I think it is good that further funding has been provided in the sense that that was one of our recommendations from the DPI, that there should be stable funding for the public broadcasters. But to the extent that that's arresting the decline in regional journalism, I don't think we can comment.
What evidence did the ACCC rely on when making its finding that the public broadcasters are not currently resourced to fully compensate for the decline in local reporting?
I think during the inquiry we received information from the public broadcasters that indicated that that they weren't, like the small regional providers, which I'm sure you would have heard from today, provide very localised news. Now, obviously the ABC and SBS are set up as national broadcasters and are not often well placed to provide that very hyper-localised news.
I might just take you then to on the final report of the Digital Platform Inquiry, where the recommendation about direct funding grants to be administered at arm's length from the Minister of the Department. Why did the ACCC recommend arm's length arrangements for the administration of directing funding for public interest journalism?
I think that we saw that a package basically of recommendations was useful in addressing the decline in profitability as a result of things like the classifieds and advertising revenue falling. So we didn't see the News Media Bargaining Code as being a silver bullet. And we thought that funding for both for public broadcasters and targeted funding for particular providers, particularly small and regional publishers, would be useful as part of a package of measures.
Chair, at this time I do have one other question, but I'm conscious that there's other committee members on the line.
Ask the question, and if it's a short answer, we'll go to it.
Okay. Yesterday, the Treasurer and Minister for Communications announced a review of the News Media and Digital Platforms Mandatory Bargaining Code, as required by the governing legislation reporting in September this year. Why would a 7-month period be needed to review the operation of the code? And would it be fair to say that over this period of time, Meta is deriving a benefit from the availability of SBS public interest journalism content on the Facebook platform, but not paying SBS for it?
It's Mr. Loyner here. Can you hear me?
Yes,
sorry,
thank you.
I'm on a different device. Sorry about I don't know what happened there. It's always worked in the past. I apologise. Look, that's really a matter for government to ask, where we're going to assist that review by Treasury, but it's certainly not our process. I would, note just for the record that Facebook has done deals with other players, so there is revenue flowing from Facebook. But you're right, as I understand it, as we understand it, to the best of our knowledge, there's no money flowing to SBS in the meantime.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I have one question that I'm throwing you to Ms Bell. If there is no transparency in the code, in the arrangements that are being made, how can you review it? How can you review the outcomes if the outcomes are designed to have more independent journalists on the ground in regional places? I note ABC have said they've got 50, maybe they could afford 500, I don't know. But how do we do legitimate and careful reviews of something that is so shrouded in confidence?
Look, it will be Treasury's review, so obviously it'll be up to Treasury. But we do know that quite a large number of deals have been struck, including those Country Press Association deals. So, Treasury will hopefully be able to garner information about, where that money is going, how much money is going, and we'll be able to, inform its review. So, we agree that things are not transparent at the moment, and hopefully that Treasury review will throw a degree of transparency over what's happened over the last 12 months since the legislation kicked off.
Thank you very much. Ms Bell.
Thank you, Chair. I noted that in the ACCC's submission, you outlined that 30 agreements had been reached on the news media and digital platforms mandatory bargaining code. And you also outlined that it's a positive step to supporting the provision of the important public benefits associated with public interest journalism, including in regional areas. And of those agreements that have been implemented under the bargaining code, can you provide a bit more information, perhaps broad information, on the size of the media organisations? And just a bit more detail. I don't want to repeat what you've already answered, but just a little bit more detail and a bit of a deep dive into that, please.
Thank you. We don't have a role at the moment in monitoring those deals formally, and we don't have any information powers that enable us to get details of all those deals. But we have, kept an eye out to media releases and seen who's done deals. Some of those media releases actually have reported the quantum as well. And then we've just noted Country Press Association and some other regional players, ACM, have struck deals. So the exact where that money has gone, how many journalists it's supported, we don't have information on that exactly. All we have is a sense that it has helped to a degree. And it goes back to something I was saying before when I got cut off, so I apologise, is that we've never sort of seen the code as the solution to the issues in the regional press sector. We think it's a contributing factor that can help to a degree, but it's not a sort of silver bullet that's going to solve all of the difficulties that are being faced.
Yes, it's certainly been discussed that there needs to be a very broad business model for regional news to continue that it's into sustainability, and I think that's a problem facing a lot of small to medium-sized businesses having to reinvent themselves pre-COVID, but also now that's sped up through COVID. Would you agree with that?
Yes, yes, I think that's right. I think look, we don't sort of proactively monitor the whole small business sector, but I think any Australian would say that a huge number of small businesses have really struggled through the COVID era. So yes, in that sense, I agree with you.
I certainly think I come from a small business background and was in fact a small business development manager, and I think that particularly the retail business model, but it can be applied also to the small and medium enterprises that are in this space, need to constantly seek out changes to their business model to work towards sustainability through innovation, and it is a really difficult journey for them. So anything that can add to their revenue streams or certainly add to their business model helps. And I see this code as being one of those, as you said earlier. I just have one more question, Chair, if that's okay.
Yes, I'm conscious of time and Mr Gorman is waiting. So yes, thank you.
Certainly. I'm just looking for a bit of an overview for the Hansard of the findings of the digital platforms report. And in conducting that review, was the agency's findings in relation to regional news and regional newspapers?
I'll hand that to Ms Reader.
Thank you, Mr Loyner.
Thank you.
So there were a number of recommendations in relation to media in that report. The digital platforms inquiry looked at three sets of stakeholders: advertisers, consumers, and journalism and media companies. If you like, I can give you a rundown of all the relevant recommendations. I think we've already discussed the News Media Bargaining Code. There was the funding for public broadcasters, the grants for local journalism, tax settings to encourage philanthropic support for journalism, improving digital literacy in the community, and I think also recommendations to address misinformation and disinformation, which I understand are being taken forward by the ACMA.
Thanks very much for that response. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr Gorman.
Thank you, Chair. Just going on from that last point, you mentioned one of the recommendations from the inquiry was tax settings to encourage philanthropic support for journalism. Now, the government didn't accept or didn't support this recommendation because they wanted to see how existing deductible gift recipient status reforms were being implemented before implementing further changes. Is the ACCC aware of how those previously announced deductible gift recipient reforms are working to support public interest journalism?
I'm sorry, Mr Gorman, we haven't done any further work on that since the DPI ended, so I'm not aware of how those have progressed.
Do you know who, are you aware of any government department or agency that might have looked into whether those reforms made any changes?
I would probably suggest the Treasury. But other than that, I'm not aware of any other agency that's been looking at that issue.
Chair, am I able to ask if we can put that as a question on notice to Treasury? I would hate to bring them in front of us, but I think it's worth getting an answer to.
Certainly.
Thank you. The second thing I just want to ask is, so in terms of power imbalances, in terms of the recommendations that the ACCC made, one of the things that strikes me is that we now have a power imbalance around Meta or Google, who have negotiated many multiples of these agreements, versus any individual news outlet who only has to negotiate one. And that power imbalance doesn't seem to be addressed in the way that it's with yourselves or any other agency not having oversight of those agreements. Was that power imbalance something that you had intended in your recommendations, that basically Meta and Google and Facebook would all have lots of data and the individual publishers would have next to none? Was that your intention?
I think we were aware of that issue when we were looking at the News Media Bargaining Code, and I think had someone been designated under the code, so for example Meta, and they had engaged in arbitration, the ACCC would participate in the arbitration process. We could make submissions to the arbitrators. We could see the offers that were being made as part of that process. So we would be able to contribute. We would be able to see sort of a broad range of deals and contribute to that arbitration process in terms of determining the outcome of that arbitration. Obviously, that hasn't happened because no one's been designated and we don't have any visibility of the commercial deals. So that what was envisaged under the legislation hasn't eventuated.
Did you envisage that we would have such a power imbalance where there would be no transparency or oversight of the negotiations, because the ultimate incentive to Meta, Google and others is to avoid releasing any such data?
I'm not sure if
play out this way?
I understand the point that you're making. I mean, I'm hoping that the Treasury review will give some transparency or visibility as to how these deals have worked. But yeah, I mean, I understand the point that obviously commercial deals that are commercial and confident, difficult to see, the figures and how they have actually benefited particular news businesses, particularly regional businesses.
Chair, I'm conscious you've got the department waiting. I know there's many questions for them. So that's everything from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your attendance today. If the committee has any further questions, they will be put to you in writing. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. If you could please return any response by close of business on Friday the 4th of March, we would appreciate it. Thank you. I now welcome the room. We'll give you a moment to set up. And I welcome the representatives from the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you, Chair. Pauline Sullivan, First Assistant Secretary, Online Safety, Media and Platforms Branch in the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications.
Adam Carlin, I'm the Assistant Secretary of the Media Industry and Sustainability Branch within that division.
Kirsten Wijay-Wardener, Assistant Secretary in the Platforms and News Branch in the same department.
And James Penpraise, Assistant Secretary, Media Reform Branch, same division.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair. We don't have an opening statement. I'm happy to proceed to questions.
I was afraid you were going to say that. Hang on. Without finding my notes, I am curious. I've asked, now you are the third departmental agency to give us some review of Ping and what has happened with Ping. In my electorate of Mallee, I have plenty of regional small newspapers who certainly did not benefit and have complained very loudly and justifiably, in my view, that larger players who do regional news out in the regions have received, pretty good funding from Ping and the smaller players have not. Can someone give me an overview of that?
Thank you, Chair. I will start and then I will throw to my colleagues to add anything that I've missed. I think it's important in starting to look at, talking about Ping when the program was initiated. So it was very much in response to the COVID pandemic, where we were seeing all media businesses in the regions, whether it be commercial broadcasters or publishers in the broadest sense, both online and print, experiencing approximately average downturns of revenue of around 40%. The approach adopted for the design of the program, particularly with a very strong focus on getting money out the door quickly to those businesses, was to make it a demand-driven program, not a competitive program. That way, it was a less onerous burden on the grant, or those who were applying for the grant. In terms of the formula that was adopted for that, noting that and obviously in getting funding to recipients, obviously we have to be mindful of proper expenditure of government money and all of that sort of thing. So we're also looking in developing a formula, one that would be verifiable in terms of value for money and the data and so forth. The formula that was adopted was based around revenue Applicants were required to submit audited accounts or certified accounts from the preceding 12 months so that we had an idea of what their revenue was. Revenue was used as a proxy for reach, so recognising the size of the audience that they would reach. So that was one, and then also other data, the percentage, and these were weighted slightly different, the percentage of production costs that went to production of public interest news journalism. So that's what the formula was. And then within each of there were 3 streams of ping. 20 million was allocated to regional broadcasters, 18 million was allocated to publishers, and 12 million was allocated to radio. And then within those pools, based on the revenue, money was allocated. And so there was minimum thresholds, particularly for some of the smaller publishers, $10,000. And there was no maximum, but obviously if there's only a certain amount in pools, people couldn't get money above what was there. I think the other thing that's worth pointing out, noting that was a point in time, and I appreciate, and we've certainly, through Senate estimates and so forth, received feedback from a range of people, and we would be unlikely to take that approach with a program before. As I said, it was very much about a point in time, about trying to get funds out to those who needed it and ensuring there was the lowest minimum burden on those firms.
Did anyone else have another comment?
If it helps, Chair, just a breakdown of the recipients. So there were 92 regional publishers that received funds. There were 13 regional commercial radio broadcasters, 5 regional commercial TV broadcasters, and of course the AAP. That doesn't add up to the 108 because there are a couple that went across 2 streams. In terms of your question earlier around eligibility, it's probably worth pointing out a difference between the PING program and the previous cadetship program. In the previous program, there were 8 eligibility criteria, and for regional publishers, they didn't have to meet 2 of those criteria, so they didn't have to meet the minimum threshold of 150,000 for turnover and maximum of 30 million, whereas the metro publishers did. And there was a residency in Australia criteria as well, but I think that goes to that point that you made before. So, and with the PING program, there was no minimum eligibility requirement. Now, again, because of the demand-driven nature of that program, the particular circumstances at the time, of course, we've learned a lot about those programs, and we're in the process now of designing the new journalist fund and taking on board a lot of that feedback in the past and some of that eligibility and some of those the different feedback that we've received from stakeholders.
That was my next question. So that's good to know. And have you published or presented a report on the outcomes of PING?
There hasn't yet been a report published. We are in the process of procuring an external evaluator. So we've done some internal reviews, light touch reviews as we went through the program. But of course, the effort now is in that external review that will pick up both the previous RASPI program as well as the PING program. So I'm hoping we sign that within the coming weeks.
I think just to add something to that, Chair, the importance of this broader evaluation piece we're doing, it is not just focusing on the grant administration and how effectively and efficiently we administered the grant. Obviously, we're doing that as part of the evaluation, but I think one of the more important pieces, and once again it goes to some of your questions regarding and committee questions regarding the broader RASPI program, is from a public policy point of view, given that we've done a range of interventions, whether it's through the innovation programs or through cadetships or scholarships, what is actually contributing to supporting public interest journalism? And then obviously, refinements and particularly around criteria and so forth. But I think that evaluation piece is going to be quite important, given that, globally this is new territory in terms of how governments should get involved in this space. And it's important, obviously, that we keep learning from these processes as we go along.
It is a fraught space to find solutions for small, absolutely essential regional, local news providers so that they're not having to exit. I assume you have data on how many have exited over the last little while. Can you give us any feedback on that?
In terms of data, we rely on the same sources that, Mr. Gorman's already picked up on this. So both the Pidgey data, we've also started our own data collection around this. Part of the issue about collecting data around publishers, so once again, online or print, is that there is no central database. So, for example, and there's no requirement for them to report. If someone's about to go out of business or if there's a new startup, they don't have to notify the government that this is happening. So the issue is actually around how you develop a data set that actually is comprehensive, which is one of the issues that we've been talking to Pidgey about.
Okay. I have many questions. I might go to the Deputy Chair and I'll collect my thoughts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the department. I want to start, if I could, Ms Sullivan. There's been evidence to this committee from news media publishers that the crisis facing regional media, regional newspapers in particular, is getting worse. Does the department have a view on whether mechanisms the government has implemented to support public interest journalism in Australia are working, or whether more is needed?
I think I would take a step back in that, as we set out in our submission and a range of other people have said as well, we are looking at an industry that's in structural decline, and it has been declining over 20 or 30 years with a range of technological changes, the most recent being the rise of the internet and digital platforms. But if you're going back 20, 30 years, you can also look at radio, television, etc. I think our view would be that with any industry that's in structural decline, you need a range of interventions over time to support the transition of that industry to new business models. I think if you look at the last 2 to 3 years, there's been a number of interventions. So obviously the News Media Bargaining Code, which has been talked about a lot. We've done a range of funding programs. We've also, through the government's Green Paper, which I realise is more about broadcasting, but has touched on some other issues that around the fringes affects regional newspapers and so forth, particularly with some proposals around the Ping Trust. So, as I said, it's a structural decline. So I think there's probably no, and I know it's a bit of a cliche, no silver bullet.
Fifth time today.
Bing.
I might just take you then to the cadetship program.
Sure.
So in February, the Minister announced $10 million for a cadetship program with the eligibility criteria to be released in April. Does the department believe this is all that's needed to address the crisis in regional media? If not, why hasn't more been announced? Why is $10 million earmarked? If the eligibility criteria hasn't been settled, how is it known that $10 million is sufficient? Who will determine the eligibility criteria for this funding? And also, the Country Press Association said they were in contact with the department about the eligibility criteria. Is the department in contact with anyone else about the criteria, and if so, who?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I can take that question. So there's a few things just to clarify. The Journalist Fund has 2 streams. There's a cadetship stream which has $8 million of the $10 million allocated to it, and there's a training scheme which has the other $2 million allocated to it. The Minister has undertaken in his press release when announcing the fund that the expectation is that we would get our skates on and get the work undertaken to be able to release the cadetship guidelines first, and he indicated that would be in March. The training guidelines we anticipate to be released in April. Now, the reason for that is we've run a cadetship program. We've learned a lot from running that cadetship program. We got some significant feedback on that cadetship program, and we were advanced in our thinking around what that cadetship program could deliver. It's fair to say that we copped some criticism for how we managed some elements of it. In particular, the way in which the funding was delivered to the organisations who were successful. The first payment wasn't made until receipt of that first report after 6 months, and for many organisations, they were unable to carry that salary and those costs for that period of time. For other organisations, they had hoped to recruit cadets and then couldn't get those cadets. Generally speaking, probably half the organisations that were eligible sort of reduced the number of cadets that they were able to get through that period. So we've learnt a bit about that and are thinking about the way in which we could change that. The other criticism was around the contribution. There have been some positive comments about the 50-50 split that I picked up in yesterday's hearing, but there are also some comments from other stakeholders that, particularly for the smaller publishers, that was probably still a bit too high. And so we're looking at whether there would be a different split which would make it a bit easier for some of those smaller publishers. And then they're probably the main things to think about. So we're more advanced in those. In terms of the other eligibility questions, probably there's one around the regional definition. I know that came up before, Chair, in one of your questions. And the thing that's different, though, about this program from the previous RASPI program is that was open to smaller metropolitan publishers. This program is for regional publishers, and so there is the definition of regional that we need to consider. There's been a previous definition of regional which effectively takes in the radio licence areas as a way to define regional. We're looking at, we've had some feedback from publishers saying, well, why are you using radio licence areas? We don't operate radios. So we're looking at alternatives at the moment, but it will be a regional definition. That's probably where we're at the moment. I'm confident that we'll meet that March deadline. In terms of who we've consulted with, we have to be very careful about the consultation. We don't want to consult, and give an unfair advantage to people who may want to put an application in further down the track. So we've kept it at a fairly high level and talked with some, representative organisations, those who have an interest in public interest journalism at a higher level. And we've also talked to, an organisation who we know won't be eligible but runs a cadetship program, just to talk about how they run their cadetship program. So, yes, we have tested some of those criteria that I've talked about with those stakeholders, and again, I'm confident we'll meet that March deadline.
Can I clarify? In your previous answer, you mentioned that that the department would run a previous cadetship program. Was that the Regional and Small Publishers Innovation Package? Is that the Scholarship or Cadetship Program fund that you were talking about?
Correct, yes. There was a scholarship program there as well as a cadetship program.
Okay. So has that program been formally evaluated?
That will be picked up by the evaluation that my colleague, Ms Sullivan, was previously talking about.
I will just add, Deputy Chair, there was an interim evaluation done within the department, and that is where some of the findings which Mr Carlin has referred to, such as payment schedules and so forth, were raised as an issue. So I certainly want to assure you that the findings that we've had, both through informal feedback but also through that interim evaluation, has fed into this process.
So when is the final evaluation likely to be finalised, and will a copy be made available to the committee?
We're going through a procurement process now, so it's probably looking at
this is an extensive evaluation. Yep. So, what we want to do is see what happened to the various streams and programs that we're looking at, which is a lot of work. So, for example, in the cadetship stream, we've got information around the cadets that were employed by each of those organisations, but we want to find out what's happened to them since. Did they graduate? Did they have they moved into journalism careers? A whole lot of information that's going to take time. We think that the evaluation should be ready, around June, if we can get the evaluation team signed up and if they can hit the ground running quickly.
To inform the committee, is the interim evaluation able to be tabled?
Could I take that on notice, Deputy Chair?
Yes, it'll be helpful to us if it is made available.
Sure.
So just continuing on, what has the department found in terms of evaluating the success of the Regional and Small Publishers Innovation Fund? Was the scholarship cadetship element of the package successful? Was the funding element of the package successful? If so, and how? Was the ACMA's administration of the package successful? And we've heard some feedback about that to date. And were there any lessons learned? Was the department or the Minister's administration of the PING successful? And were there any learning from that? And finally, does the department accept criticism from industry that revenue was an inappropriate basis for the PING allocation?
So I'll start answering it, and Mr. Carlin can pick up. It may also be something we may want to come. It may be easier to set some of that out as a question, answering your question in writing, Deputy Chair.
Okay, I might do that if you like, and then I can go on to my next question if you prefer.
Sure.
Okay, so yesterday, the 28th of February, the Treasurer and Minister for Communications announced a review of the News Media and Digital Platforms Mandatory Bargaining Code, as required by the governing legislation reporting in September this year. Who chose the reporting date of September? Was that the Department or Treasury? Why is a 7-month period needed to review the operation of the code? Was that the Department's preferred timing? And would it be fair to say that over the next 7 months, Meta will derive a benefit from SBS public interest journalism content on the Facebook platform, but not pay SBS for it? So taxpayers will not get a return from Meta?
So in terms of the announcement yesterday, as the ACCC has also flagged, so the process for the review is being led by Treasury, and the terms of reference were signed off by the Treasurer. So the process for the review and so forth is best directed to Treasury.
Deputy Chair, have you got any more questions? I might have them on notice and move on. I'm just conscious of time.
Yeah, understand, and I will do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms Bell, I believe you have some questions.
Oh, I'm here just on mute for the sounds in the background. Thanks very much, Chair. Just while I've got the department here, I would just like to congratulate Regional Development Australia, particularly here on the Gold Coast, our Chair Nick Scott and General Manager Estella Rodiguero for the fantastic work that they've done here on the Gold Coast with jobs and also with emerging industries. So congratulations to the department for that. I just wanted to talk about on page 19 and 20 of your submission, the department suggests monitoring the ongoing emergence of industry-established new business models and partnerships that seek to provide quality news in a commercially sustainable way, this is what we're talking about, and their impact in supporting the regional media sector. Now, I'd just like a bit more information, if you have any, if you can go a bit deeper into what the new business models that are emerging and what those partnerships might look like for regional news.
Thank you for the question. It'll be fairly brief, our answer. In some respects, one of the main models that I've had some discussions with the proponents of is PS Media, who are looking at a particular, and it's very much in business development phase, and I must apologise, I have not spoken to them for a number of months. So, but they are looking at how, basically through my recollection, so I'm happy to come back with a better answer on notice or in writing. They're looking at a subscription model that involves local communities, but my recollection is it's very much about how you get the local community involved in I don't want to say it's like the old co-op model, but it's certainly very locally based. But it's, as I said, I'm happy to come back with a bit more detail on that. I think it's one...
That'd be
sure,
great.
happy to do that.
Yeah, that would be fantastic to have a bit more information around those community sort of partnerships and those proposed models, because that is what I've particularly been asking throughout these public hearings, is to how that new business model looks moving forward. And I have asked most of our witnesses along the way about that. In terms of current funding and grants programs, I know that Regional Development Australia on the Gold Coast certainly helps organisations to apply or put their applications together. Just asking about any grant funds or programs, particularly for regional newspapers. I have one here actually on the Gold Coast called Gold Coast Bulletin you might be aware of.
So the main program that we have is at the moment that's will be open soon is the Journalist Fund that Mr Carlin referred to, that the Minister announced on the 7th of February, which...
The only thing I can add is...
Which is great.
The only thing I'd add is you could go to the website and there's an email address there, and if you had anyone who was interested in registering their interest, we are collecting expressions, well, not expressions of interest, but lists of people who want to be kept up to date on any developments there.
Thank you. And just while we're on funds and incentives, are there any incentives that you can talk about in place for public-private partnerships to, for example, encourage philanthropists to invest in regional newspapers?
I'm not aware of any of those sort of co-investment schemes, although it's having listened to a bit of the Walkley seminar earlier on, there was definitely, and I know you've heard some of this in the hearings yesterday, that there has been a growing interest in those public-private partnerships and bringing some of those opportunities together. We, at a government level, are not thinking at the moment about a model along those lines. But the Minister has flagged this idea of a Ping Trust in the media sector reforms response. So, that sort of thing always has the potential to require a co-contribution from the philanthropic or private sector to get the sorts of outcomes that work in everyone's interests. And as that develops, that could be something that's taken into consideration.
I think just my final sort of additional comment on that, it's, as I'm sure you've worked out, so sorry if this is stating the obvious, it's an emerging area. So, for example, you've got an increased number of philanthropic and other organisations such as Walkley, J&I, which is the Judith Neilson Institute, and a number of those that are starting to look at how they may contribute to public interest journalism. So I think it is one of those things where there are emerging models and a number of new organisations that are starting to look at how they may become involved in this space.
And just one final question from me, just about feedback around the News Media Bargaining Code since it was introduced, in terms of smaller independent newspapers and their feedback on that.
I think I think I'm probably going to repeat the sorts of things that you have already heard. I think many of the deals are, I guess the ones that have attracted the greatest attention have been with the larger organisations, but I think the capacity for organisations to do collective bargaining, which CPA has done, and a couple of witnesses ago you had Pippa on, who Minderoo is doing work with. So I think that ability to do collective bargaining is a great way for smaller publishers to have an opportunity to enter into commercial agreements. And I guess that's with the upcoming review that was announced yesterday, that's an opportunity for Treasury to look at how those commercial agreements have gone.
It certainly sounds like a good recommendation for this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms Bell. Mr Gorman.
Thank you, Chair. We mentioned the Judith Neilson Institute, so I might start with the question around the Local Independent News Association launched this week, made a submission to this inquiry and was in part seeking some modest funds from the government to support their initiative that goes alongside funding from the Judith Neilson Institute. Is the department currently considering this proposal?
I can take that question. It's Adam Carlin here, Mr Gorman. The Local Independent News Association has approached us along those lines. We are actively considering it. We don't have a bucket of funds from which to draw, so there's no current program from which that money could be drawn. So it really will come down to, is there any money at the back of the couch, have we got any underspends that we could potentially put towards that organisation? But any significant funding would be a matter for government.
I understand it's not a significant amount, and so when we talk back of the couch, so there would be capacity within the government's, the department's current appropriation that if you chose to, or the minister chose to, you could fund this proposal?
So it's definitely a possibility. So, for example, there are some amounts, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, not a lot, that through variations of agreements and existing programs are not going to be spent. Now, they would usually be returned to consolidated revenue. So we are looking at when those funds were accrued and whether or not they need to be returned to consolidated revenue. And if we have a choice, then that's the option we can put to the minister.
Thank you. If I move on to, we touched on it a little bit earlier around this question of sort of data of particularly newspapers across Australia. I understand the department has committed to providing a list to senators of the list of newspapers around Australia that the department is aware of. Am I able to ask you on notice that you table that to this committee by the end of this week as well? Whatever data the department does hold on what newspapers exist in Australia?
Yes, I will. That is coming through our Bureau of Communications Research, who took that on notice from the Senate, and we will check in with them. As far as I know, it is available.
It's still under preparation. I think it's due, the question on notice is due very shortly, but I think that they're still just trying to reconcile some of the entries on that list.
What I would like to do, so I appreciate that you want the information quickly. So what I'd like to do is we will have a chat with our Bureau tomorrow, and then I could come back to the Secretariat tomorrow to give you an idea of what a delivery date is. But I appreciate the urgency.
Obviously, we are trying to complete a inquiry prior to the caretaker period. So I might ask that by Friday we get an incomplete piece of work, and if I can also ask that be provided in a way that is with some geocoding or whatever data is in there, a comprehensive, as comprehensive as the department holds it, what would be provided to us, so that we can look at some of those gaps around where we might find patterns around missing gaps of news provision, etc. I think it just help us put together the picture that we're trying to.
Very happy to do that with any caveats that are necessary, obviously. But yes, we'll come back with what we can.
Thank you. If I go to the Public Interest Journalism Initiative, and obviously it was mentioned slightly a little bit before, just about the capturing of their limited shelf life initiative that they're doing, and what happens with the data that they hold. What is your view as the department? Where does that data and the work that they're doing, where would that naturally go to? There's a range of different agencies and bodies. I asked ACMA about this before. Where is the department's view that data would be best held so that it can be maintained into the future?
So we have, as I think I flagged earlier, and ACMA have also mentioned, so we are in discussions with PIGI, ourselves and ACMA. I think one of the things, one of the things that we, in our discussions, I'm trying to get a full understanding of what the ask is in terms of how to maintain that data set, what the resources are and so forth. So then that puts us in a better position to then understand what is noting their comments, it's a long-term investment to maintain such a data set, which is absolutely true. So we actually understand what does that investment look like and then who is best placed to do that. So that's the discussion we're having with PIGI at the moment. I think going to the need for such a data set, I think everyone would be in agreement that the more rigorous the data, the better basis we have for policy making. So I don't think there's any argument with the need for a good data set. It's just what that investment looks like and therefore who is best placed to carry that on, which is the discussion we're having with PIGI to understand what that ask looks like.
And is your understanding that we wouldn't need any further legislative change, that somewhere within the existing agencies and existing powers that could be done, that there's no further action that is needed from the Parliament?
It would normally fall with, this is off the top of my head, so I'd prefer to come back to you. Something like that, you wouldn't need legislative change on the basis, I'll take a step back. On the basis that we are not going out specifically asking for data from entities. So the fact the ACCC used its information gathering powers, and that's how they got that information. PIGI essentially does it through a range of mechanisms, including various catalogue, ABNs and all of those sorts of things, which is similar to what our Bureau does. I guess if you're wanting someone to maintain a data set where you have those sorts of powers that the ACCC has, then legislative change would be required. So information gathering powers. However, if we were to take it on the way PIGI does it now, within the department, we certainly wouldn't need additional powers. This is, I guess, where it comes down to this question of data integrity and how you actually maintain a robust data set.
And I guess that goes to my final question, which is obviously we've got interest in a range of these data sets, and it helps us as legislators in terms of looking at where we've been and where we're going. Sure. With the changes that are happening in regional newspapers in particular, we had some evidence that told us there'd been more than 100 in-print publications that have shut since the start of 2020 or stopped distribution. Some of those have moved to online models. What is the department's view? How are we going to keep a track of these sort of hybrid online news outlets? Because and how does the department define what is a news outlet versus just a citizen journalist Facebook page? And what preparations is the department doing as we continue to move into that sort of new media world?
That is an excellent question. I don't have a definitive answer for you at the moment, but it's certainly something we are thinking about in the context of a range of these public policy issues, is how you actually start defining these, and then the question of how we keep track of them. And as flagged earlier, unlike in radio and television broadcasting, where there are, because of the nature of how those industries are regulated, ACMA has a data set because they have to regulate through their license, provide information through their licensing arrangements, etc. Publishers, whether they're online or in print, are self-regulated, and there's no reporting requirements to government. So that is the challenge that we currently have in terms of how you keep track of these.
I don't want to put words in the mouth of any senator at a future estimates, but I can imagine that once that list will add requests for data on previously in print publications that are now online only. And so I feel like it's a policy challenge we've all got to get our head around, both in this inquiry and in terms of the department's ongoing work. But that's just a statement, not a question, Chair. Thank you. I'll hand back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gorman. I have a couple of thoughts, and I would like your input. We've already made the comment, as 5 others have, that there are no silver bullets for this issue. I am just wondering, we are looking at transition into an internet digital. Is regional newsprint going to be obsolete in some time? Earlier I flagged the parallel story with regional banking and the fact that regional banking is hugely problematic in regional areas because fundamentally there's very little of it. And the expectation for the banks, of course, business decisions, everybody needs to just go online. The problem is that we have a large percentage of our regional populations who are older. As one older gentleman said to me at a task force meeting for regional banks, the government just needs to find a 20-year solution. Everybody else will be fine. Is it that simple? Is that literally where we're going? Or is there going to be, in your experience in the studies that you've done, is there going to be an ongoing cause to have newsprint exist in our regional areas beyond 20 years?
which of my colleagues would like to have a stab at that to begin with?
Well, I'd probably make a couple of comments. There's a distinction between the production of news content and the importance of the production of that news content for the operation of democratic institutions and informed communities, those sorts of things. So that in itself has had an economic challenge, as Ms Sullivan said, for 20 or 30 years. And that will exist and that will continue to exist, and those challenges will continue to exist on the way forward. The separate but related question, but a separate question, is how that news content is distributed and consumed. And that's kind of the question you're getting at around whether there'll be print publications in the future. Now, we've seen the trend over the last 5 years of a lot of print publications closing and shifting to online distribution. News publishers will need to make a judgment about where their consumer base is at. A lot of people still like to read a newspaper, and that's the reality. So, well, it's very difficult to forecast where an industry and its distribution may go. There are obvious trends in place. From a policy perspective, there are a couple of important things. One, that the news is produced, that it's locally relevant, that it keeps communities informed. And two, that it's accessible and readily provided and consumers are able to get to that comfortably and easily. Now, where that distribution mechanism is a judgment for those businesses themselves. But it's from a policy perspective, there's no question about the importance of the actual production of that news for the way that civic society works.
Absolutely. It's really around viability, and the question is there a greater place, given that the Fourth Estate is supposed to be separate, is there a space, I mean, we fund the ABC and the SBS, is there a space for further funding models for regional communities specifically, given that digital platforms are not making money, and my understanding is that about 4% of regional people actually use a digital platform.
I mean, one of the proposals that was flagged in the Green Paper was around the idea of a public interest news gathering trust. So that is picking up on part of the ACCC's inquiry. Now, in the context of the Green Paper, it was proposed that the initial funding for that would come from sale of spectrum down the track, tied up with a range of other broadcasting proposals. But I guess leaving aside what the funding's from, the idea of a ping trust and so forth is one model that could be considered. And I guess there have been a range of, and I heard the discussion earlier around what the BBC's doing, and that's something I just listened to a podcast about 2 months ago on it. So I think it goes to this point that this issue's being looked at globally. It's a problem whether it's larger countries like Canada or the US, or even a lot of the smaller democratic countries where it's the hyper-local news, that there is certainly no doubt that is critical. It's just what is the business model that we need to support it?
And what would be, and this is a question that we certainly deal with in our policy advice to government, what is the appropriate role for government in supporting what is, as you point out, meant to be a fourth estate, an assessor and a critiquer of those in power? So the question of the role of government is a delicate one in the news media space. It is clear that the industry, as pointed out earlier, is in a period of extreme structural challenge and even decline. There have been a number of government interventions to try and support the sustainability of those entities and to support and drive new development of newer business models and a move to more sustainable footing. But it obviously will be a question that will occupy government's mind over the coming years and decade as to how to ensure that strong, vibrant news media, particularly in regional areas, is maintained.
Indeed. As regional development as well, one of the issues that we have is not having enough GPs in regional centres. One of the answers to that is to train doctors in regional centres, because the research shows that they're far more likely to stay. Is this true in terms of journalism or any other profession really, that the government could be looking at more CSP places for regional universities, more training for journalists in regional places with links to cadetships and traineeships?
Chair, I think the Journalist Fund acknowledges that in some part. So it's not just the cadetship stream, but also the training for ongoing journalists. And you've heard from some of the universities over the last 2 days on some of those training needs, but we know that digital skills, AV skills, even high management skills are important for some of those more experienced journalists. And so that will be part of our thinking in designing that element of the Journalist Fund. I think the evaluation of the previous cadetship program and the scholarships program will give us a sense of the extent to which those students have gone through those programs and been supported by those scholarships and where they end up. In some of our discussions with stakeholders around the design of the Journalist Fund, one of the key bits of feedback is the quality of the program is very important. If the cadets aren't getting a quality program, then they're less likely to stay with the provider. But they also acknowledge that there are other competing pressures, that a lot of graduates may go through a cadetship program or commence in some of these small publishers, but the lure of a higher salary in public relations, or dare I say it, MPs, minister, media officers, is attractive, and they can't compete with those salary differences. So there are some broader challenges out there. There's the allure of the city, people wanting to, see the bright lights and have more opportunities because they can find themselves in a larger organisation. So there are challenges. I think what we're doing through the cadetship program is just making sure that we fund organisations that put forward a proposal that ensures the best interests of the cadets are factored into the design of the program, both the variety and the skills that they learn, but also the support that they get through that program, so that at the other end we have a pipeline of journalists who are skilled in public interest news for regional areas, and that contributes to a broader field of journalists. So that's on that side. And then on the training side for existing journalists, well, what can be done to retain journalists within those fields and within those regional areas and expand their skills to give them a greater satisfaction with the job they've got, or better outcomes for the organisation they work for and the community that they represent.
I think just, if I may just add one other thing, and I realise this is anecdotal, so not much science applied to it, but there are a number of examples, and I think one may have been mentioned yesterday, but where often where people have grown up in the country, they've gone off, they've had their career elsewhere, and then they come home. And there was at least one PING recipient that I can think of right off the top of my head, but there are, and as I said, no science around this, so I don't want to say if it's a handful of examples, but I think it's probably what are the range of incentives, or what do we need, so that if someone they've had the big city career, whatever, in journalism, that they then are interested in coming home to either rekindle a newspaper that might have ceased publication or whatever, and how they make that investment to actually start it up again. So I think it's both sort of how you get people into the industry, but also I guess those sort of cycle of life questions as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We heard earlier that the average departure from journalism is about 34, so it's not a long career. Thank you very much for your attendance here today. If the committee has any further questions, and I'm not promising I won't, they will be put to you in writing. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to the transcription errors. If we could please have that returned by close of business Friday the 4th of March, we would appreciate it. Before I close the public hearing, I call upon a member of the committee to move that the committee authorise the publication of the evidence given before it at the public hearing today, including publication of the proof transcript on the Parliamentary Electronic Database.
Happy to move, Chair Isabel.
Unanimity. There being no objection, it is so resolved. I hereby close the public meeting. Thank you. Committee, if you could stay